We're back from the shade session. We will be adjoining this meeting and starting the CRA meeting.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Turkin made the motion. Vice Mayor Hay made the second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. And we need a 15-minute break for staff to switch over the recording equipment. Thank you, too.
Yeah, I almost brought you a chocolate bar.
Ooh. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for coming today. Today is Tuesday, May 13th, 2025. The time is now 7:09 p.m. and this meeting of the Boynton Beach Community Redevelopment Agency is now called to order. Let's proceed to the invocation led by Board Member Hay, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Board Member Kelly. Let's all stand for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Gracious and Heavenly Father, we come thanking you for another day, thanking you for the opportunity to serve our community. We thank you for each person gathered here and for the collective responsibility we share in building a city that uplifts every life and strengthens our neighborhood. And as we meet this evening in the month of May, which is known as National Mental Health Awareness Month, we pause to recognize the silent struggles so many endure. Lord, we ask for your healing touch upon the minds and hearts of those that battle anxiety, depression, trauma, emotional distress. Remind them, Lord, and remind us that seeking help is not of strength nor weakness. Help them to know that it's okay to be not okay. Grant us the wisdom to make decisions that not only restore buildings and streets, but also bring restoration to broken spirits. Help us to prioritize wellness, equity, and dignity in all that we do. May we be agents of compassion, hope, and positive change. Bless our leaders, our staff, our stakeholders with clarity of thought, unity of purpose, and integrity in action. And may the work we do here tonight, this evening, reflect your justice, mercy, and your care for all people. For we ask it in the holy name of Jesus the Christ. We do pray and ask it all. Let every heart say amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everybody. Let me turn to our Deputy City Clerk, Tammy Stanzioni. If you could please begin the roll call.
Chair Schulten,
Present.
Vice Chair Hay,
Present.
Board Member Cruz,
Here.
Board Member Turkin,
Present.
Board Member Kelly.
Here.
Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. We are now moving on to additions, deletions, corrections to the agenda. Let's begin to my left. Board Member Turkin, are there any additions, deletions, corrections you would like to make to the agenda as published?
No, I would like to make it known, as we go into the budget. I know we're discussing, potentially moving one of our meetings for the legislative break, and then we go into budget, preparation for budget. So I want to make sure, that if we have consensus to look at the CRA, enhancing our beautification streets team and helping assist the city with, community standards and, other things that are relevant to the downtown, as well as enhancing our neighborhood office program and real-time, crime center.
Board Member Kelly?
Thank you, Commissioner Turkin, thank you for bringing those up. I think they're, maybe we can add them to a future agenda. One thing I've been, that I would like to add to future agenda, Tim, this is something that you and I have spoken about, is really trying, we've been purchasing properties and acquiring properties, and then we don't do anything with them. And so I would like to start having the conversation. I know, we have the old post office that we've, a new post office should be in the process of being built soon. What is our plan for the old post office? And we start moving, because I don't want to wait 2 years till we have a new post office and then start figuring out what we're doing when it's, we can start having those conversations now and figuring out what to do. And also with the the properties that we've, the residential properties, maybe we can look at, I know you and I have spoken about this off the record, but pulling a couple of them together that are in close proximity and reaching out to, maybe whether we do an RFP or we do something to encourage single-family residential workforce housing to come up in the city, because that's a need that we really do have, and we're sitting on these residential lots that I think we can really do some good with. So I would like to add those to future agenda where we talk about some, development opportunities that we can, start moving forward with. So that's all that I have. Thank you, Chair.
Board Member Hay?
Yes, I want to really talk about items that some of our projects are doing, but we have not been made aware of, and it's impacting residents, like paving streets, those kinds of things. So I had too many calls today about that, and it is a concern of mine. So I want to have that discussion. Tonight. Tonight. So if we could just talk about that right after, it won't take long, after, just before the CRA Advisory Board, or before old business, anywhere in there. Why don't we talk about that before 14A? Just insert it.
Is it regarding a specific project or just in general? Is it regarding a specific project or just in general?
In general and a specific
Okay.
that I have, that happened
Okay.
today that I got calls on.
Like a complaint on road
Complaints,
paving?
yeah,
Oh, okay, got it.
yeah.
So you want it before 14A?
Yes.
14, okay. Okay. Board Member Cruz?
For me, I just wanted to say it is already 7 o'clock. We have a pretty lengthy agenda with a lot of discussion items. So I would say I would support maybe not getting updates on 16 unless the rest of the board wants to
I
have them.
have that too.
No, I'm okay with no
Yeah,
updates.
so that's, I was just going to ask if anyone would like to take a look at section 16, and if you guys would like to hear any updates, so that's resolved.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
1 second.
Oh.
Did you want to hear any of the informational items only as well? That is your option to hear those if you like.
Under 8?
Oh,
Yes.
No, I'm okay to
Oh, we've
forego
already,
that.
yeah, we've had many updates.
No, I don't want to hear it.
could we maybe table those to next meeting, just
Yeah.
for informational purposes?
Yeah, so we can have
Yeah.
that
Have a lighter
conversation.
meeting?
The purpose of the sections for information, there's no action that's required. So
Okay.
if you decide not to hear it, that's all there is. It'll dismiss some of our online participants that were here to speak on behalf of those items.
Yeah, I think the only thing that I would like to
Okay.
get an update on, maybe at the next meeting, whenever that is an update on circuit, because I like to stay up to date on what if we need to enhance it or expand it. So that's the only thing. It doesn't have to be tonight, but we can bump that off to the next meeting.
Okay?
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor to approve the agenda as presented, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Let's now turn to legal. Counsel, are there any updates?
Yes, Madam Board Chair, thank you. Catherine Rossmo with Lewis, Longman and Walker. 2 positive updates for you all this evening. The first is related to the legislative efforts. As you all will recall, you retained LLW to assist with lobbying efforts in relation to the CRA bills. I'm happy to report that both were successfully defeated and did not pass this session. Session is being reconvened and extended to June 6th. However, the only purpose of the extension thus far is to deal with the budget. The legislature does occasionally do crazy things. We're keeping an eye on it, but it looks like that was a success for the year, so very pleased to report that to you all. Second, this board in December had authorized staff and legal to seek compliance with the temporary use agreement that had fallen out. We sent a notice of default. The person we were in contract with took steps to remedy the default. Those have been inspected by your interim executive director, and we are comfortable with sending a letter retracting our notice of default unless you all direct us otherwise. But those efforts resulted in fixing the problem. So if there's no direction from you all, we will proceed to send that notice tomorrow. And those are my legal updates, unless you all have questions for me. Thank you.
Sorry, Catherine, real quick, on the, with regard to the bills, and this isn't a conversation we have to have tonight, maybe at future, is, the CRAs in general, and I would bet money this will be on next year's calendar, and it will probably be earlier on next year's calendar. And since they have kind of a template of what the Senate would approve, I think we know the direction that they're going to go to. And so I just want to make sure that, we have a conversation as far as what, if anything, we need to be doing as a CRA to stay on top of any changes as we're going into the next session. I don't want to wait until we're 6 weeks to the end and then decide we need to hire a lobbyist. So I would like to have that conversation sooner rather than later as far as what the plan should be to make sure that, we're staying on top of that.
We will add that to a future agenda item.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to, let's begin informational items and disclosures by board member and CRA staff. Let's begin to my right. Board Member Cruz, do you have any informational items or disclosures on items on the agenda?
I did receive emails from residents. I don't think I had any conversations. Definitely did not have any conversations since the last meeting with the applicants. That's it. Okay, thank you.
Board Member Hay?
No, I just wanted to commend the CRA staff for putting on a tremendous shovel in the dirt. It was well attended, well laid out, and you guys did a great job. I was very, very pleased with everything that was done and the way it was done, especially the carpet in the sand.
Yes.
But job well done, and thank you very much. Appreciate it. That's it.
I too have received emails from multiple residents, but haven't met with anyone or spoke to anybody for what's on the agenda. Board Member Kelly?
Thank you. I have spoken to representatives from Time Equities and also received emails and spoke to residents with regard to that request.
Board Member Turkin?
Thank you, Chair. I did speak with Mr. Singer and Ms. Miskell regarding 14E.
Okay, let's now look at items under information only. We are going to skip that. 8, right? We already discussed that. So moving on to 9. Seeing no announcement in the ward, let's move on to the next portion of the agenda, which is public comments. So the public comments section of the meeting is for public comments on items on consent agenda or items that are not on the agenda. So again, if you are representing a business listed under consent agenda or you're discussing an item that's not on the agenda, now would be the appropriate time to come to the podium. You can begin by stating your name for the record. Each person has 3 minutes. After we conclude with those in person, we will go to those online.
Good evening. Mark George, Boynton Beach. What I want to comment on is not on the agenda. I want to acknowledge a staff member that since she's been hired, she has done an exemplary job that is exceptional. I'm talking about Vicki Hill. Every year since she was hired, our audits have been squeaky clean. Her record keeping with the finances and accounting, she follows best practices. at a level that is unequaled in any other CRA. Delray, Boca, Lake Worth cannot make the statement that Boynton can, that we've had clean audits every year since she's been employed. By the way, that goes back to when she worked for Susan Harris. When Susan was here, we also had clean audits, and they were a 1-2 team. And I know that Vicki has an assistant, and I think that that assistant also needs to be recognized because they do an exceptional job for you, and they never get the credit that they deserve. I will tell you that other CRAs would kill to have somebody that talented in that position. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Board. Mike McCray. I'm glad it's going to be discussed tonight about the street soap in District 2. I wish we could have had time to hear it before, so that we can come up and make comments, because I am very much concerned about the deplorability of our streets in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, Susan Oyer, Boynton Beach. So I'm bringing up once again the mayor photos and how distorted they are. I went and counted them. There's 11 of them that are distorted. And so obviously it's not just my father's photo that's bad, but you really need to go back and look at, and whether it's the CRA or the city, somebody needs to fix these photos. It's unacceptable that they were stretched and mutilated to fit so that they all are the same. They were all different frames before, and they were their original photos, and now they're not. And you can see distinctly 11 men whose photos do not look correct. And we really need to fix this. And this is now like my third or fourth time saying something in the last couple years. So it'd be nice if we actually go back and find the historic photos, if you want to put them all in the same color frame. But the frames were all different. They weren't all meant to be the same. And I think we need to look at it as a historic preservation issue, not just let's make them all look the same so they fit on the wall nicely. The next thing I'm going to say is I hope we can get going on the beautification board. I've been complaining about this for years and years and years. That survey was done by the CRA, what was it, 2017? The #1 request by businesses is to beautify our city. It's one of the top 5 requests by our residents. And I constantly tag you in on social media and random emails, giving you ideas of things that we could be doing that are not necessarily expensive. And I really hope we get going on this beautification resident board. Of course, I want to be a member of it. And I also think that as you guys go forward looking at a lobbyist for the CRA, maybe you want to look at an outside firm, because I understand there's sort of a conflict of interest with, the current lawyer who's apparently high up in her law firm, and you guys voted to give her $30,000 to her firm to do lobbying, and so that directly benefited her, and she didn't necessarily disclose that. I kind of heard about it from someone else along the way. And I don't know if we're going to be allowed to talk on this later on, but no to the coffee house. Let's maintain the Magnuson. It's a beautiful historic building, and the potential to destroy that building or knock it down is just too great if you sell it or give it to somebody else. So let's save our beautiful Magnuson house and do what we all keep wanting you to, and the residents keep asking you to do. And some of you promised to do before the election. And thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening.
Next, please.
Good evening. My name is Ray Whiteley. Is this the right time to talk about the Town Square project or no? Okay. All right. The purpose of me coming tonight is to talk about the Town Square project and the $500 million project and the impact that it could possibly have in the betterment of the CRA district. The CRA district is more than just a physical space. It's defined by the people who live in and work here. Engaging residents in dialogue about this upcoming project not only builds trust, but also fosters a sense of ownership. We must ensure that the voices of our community members are heard, as they are the heartbeat of our city. Creating job opportunities. This project presents an incredible opportunity for job creation by identifying resources currently in Boynton Beach and partnering with local workforce agencies, we can create job training programs specifically designed for residents living in here. Just imagine the impact of equipping our community members with skills that align with new opportunities that this project will create, not only now, but in the future. Helping our residents gain access to these jobs will not only stimulate the economy, but also build a sense of pride and practical skills within our own workforce. That's my written statement from the Boynton Beach Coalition of Clergy. But from the heart, I really want us to take a look at the impact that this project could have on the community. How do we create spaces? How could we just use our minds and just think of what could happen? Not just brick and mortar, but how do we build people through it? How do we create infrastructures that will live on, that people will not only see, but people will feel? Thank you for giving me an opportunity to share, and I pray for all of you guys like every day.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Reedy. I have a letter here from the Historical Society, the Boynton Beach Historical Society, in support of moving the Andrews House onto the Magnuson lot. And there's copies for everybody, including you. Okay. I just wanted to kind of give you a little bit of a history lesson as far as the old high school. Some of you may not be aware, but the old high school sat on the Florida Trust's most endangered list for 11 years. And finally, the president of the Florida Trust came down to see what was going on with this building, why was it sitting there so long. And he stood in front of the city commission and expressed to them how they didn't realize how lucky they were to have two historic schools next to each other. And I think that kind of helped influence the direction of, okay, well, maybe we could repurpose that building for something good. And I think that it's, easy to agree that the cultural center is now a wonderful asset for the city. Also, a few years later, the city commissioned a company called EDAW, E-D-A-W, to come to town, and they're experts on what to do with the Ocean Avenue. What can we do to our downtown? And EDAW did several public input opportunities, and they came to the conclusion, and they told us that what we have on Ocean Avenue is a jagged tooth, and they recommended infill with other historic buildings. And in support of moving the Andrews House to the Magnuson lot, that would be very exciting to actually succeed in doing something, some aspect of what the experts told us to do back in 2009. So this is a feel-good project. It represents something that the community could get behind, and the Move the Historic Andrews House Committee is ready and willing to help drum up support from the public and make it be another feel-good project. We'd appreciate if we could get this going. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening, board. My name is Dr. Jasmine Pierre, and I'm here on behalf of Expedited Health. We're going to be an urgent care center in the heart of Boynton Shops, and we plan to offer affordable, convenient, and timely access to health care for non-life-threatening medical conditions. Not only will we provide quality and compassionate care to our patients, but we will also offer on-site lab testing and X-ray imaging as well. We're very excited for the growth here that's happening in the city and to serve the community of Boynton Beach, and we thank you for your assistance in making this dream become a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening. My name is Tom Warnke, and I have comments during the agenda item later about the historic Andrews House, if that's still on the agenda. I know there were some amendments to the agenda or adjustments, but if it's still on the agenda, I'll wait for that. Off agenda, I think since the budget cycle is upcoming, that you should be reminded that having a spot in that budget for a historic planner for the city of Boynton Beach would reinvigorate that position. It's been empty for so many years. In many, many cities around the state of Florida, that position generates grants that more than pays for the position. And I'm sure that would happen here. And I do have a letter from our committee that I wanted to pass around to everybody on the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone online that would like to speak? Do you have
looks-
3 people?
Well, so one is for the affiliated project and one is, so there's a Katie, you're being recognized. You have 3 minutes. If you would state your name for the record, and you can begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Katie McLaughlin, and I have been a resident in the city of Boynton Beach for 30 years now. I've watched it go through just a number of changes over the years, but the downtown has just not been changing as much as other downtowns, and I just have had to venture elsewhere to gain access to restaurants and shops, things that are geared towards more people my own age. And so I'm here tonight just to offer my support for the projects that are coming up to our city. I'm really looking forward to having some restaurants and shops that are walkable to our city hall and in the downtown. And I'm just really excited for the future. So thank you all for doing that.
Thank you, Katie. Alana?
I think yeah, the other 2 were for agenda items.
Okay, so if there is no other further comment, we can close public comment and move on to the consent agenda. Are there any items my colleagues would like to pull for discussion?
No.
No?
Motion to approve consent agenda.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Okay. Hold consent agendas. Let's move on to pulled consent agenda items. Nothing there.
No pull.
All right, CRA Advisory Board, I'm going to turn over to our acting executive director, Mr. Tack. Could you please give us an update on the CRA Advisory Board?
Good evening, Board. At the last CRA advisory meeting, they appointed Alexandria Lepresto.
Your mic.
I think it's working. Is that better? All right, thank you. They appointed Alexandria Lepresto as the new board chair and Thomas Remicchio as the new vice chair, which will be ratified by commission at the May 2025 commission meeting. They also discussed the inclusion of a splash pad or how to incorporate a splash pad as a part of the cultural district as was assigned. So they will be discussing that at the next meeting, as well as looking at ways to honor the 2 Heisman Trophy winners at the next meeting in June.
Are there any questions from my colleagues on this staff item? No? Let's move on and continue to old business. Oh, this is where you want to add your road update.
Yeah, I really would like to get some information on this. I received several calls about the roads in general, but in particularly the one right there next to the Cottage District. It was paved without notice to at least one of the businesses there, and the customers could not bring the kids without a hassle. They were told that, you know, there's nothing they can do. They had to bring in the officers. The story changed, and they just kind of swept it off. But I guess my question is, I didn't know about that, and I'm just wondering, how did that road road get paved without informing somebody. Nobody seems to know. It's, I don't know, let's see, what street is that? That's Fifth, I believe it is.
On the north side?
On the east side, just south of the Cottage District fence. That street was paved, and it blocked the parents from bringing their kids to get in there to drop them off. So I'm not here with a hatchet. I just want to know how that was that something that we overlooked, or nobody told me, or I mean, I missed the meeting, or what's going on?
Vice
One
Chair.
second, sorry. Is that maybe a city question, not a CRA?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, and that's what I was about to say. So, Vice Chair, respectfully, the traffic and those road paving questions are city questions. However, we can reach out to city staff on your behalf and ask them to follow up with you, but I would
Okay.
ask you not to discuss that as a board tonight.
Okay, I can accept that,
Thank you, sir.
but I will get some answers. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, moving on to old business. The first item for discussion. Oh,
Just
go
one
ahead.
more thing. Was there anything other than that specific that you were looking at? I just want to make sure if there was anything else that we need to
No,
look
I'm
at
good.
according with this. Okay. All right.
First item for discussion and consideration is the discussion and consideration of responses to the RFP for the auditing services. Mr. Tack, can you please open up this item?
Actually, we have Janice Rustin here with Lewis
Okay.
Longman and Walker, who can present this item before you.
Good afternoon, or good evening, actually. Janice Rustin, Lewis Longman Walker. The last time I was here, we addressed you being the selection committee for the RFP for auditing services. The bid went out, it was published. Unfortunately, only one firm responded to the RFP. Now, the reason why you're the audit selection committee is because there was a change in Florida law. And the new law does not prohibit this board from entering into an agreement with, in the event that there's only one respondent to the RFP. So in order to do that, there had to be a determination that there was open competition and the price is fair and reasonable. In this case, staff has reviewed the response. It is determined that the firm that did respond is qualified and licensed and meets the requirements of the bid. It's responsive to the bid, and it's a responsible bidder. It has also looked at the price and determined that the price is fair and reasonable. The one firm that responded is your current auditor. It has been your auditor, this firm has been your auditor for the last 6 years. It is entering, the proposed contract is for 6 years. The price has not changed, so it kept the same price for the last 6 years, and it's offering the same price without an escalation for the next 6 years. Based on that determination, based on that fact, staff has determined that the price is fair and reasonable. So the staff has also determined that it was open competition. They published it on its the RFP on your website, and also sent the RFP package to a number of firms. They only got one response. So the staff has made a determination that it's in the best interest of the CRA to move forward with the single proposer instead of putting this RFP out for bid again. So I believe it is the will of staff, or staff is asking you to review the agreement and approve the agreement for auditing services.
Thank you. Are there any questions from my colleagues?
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve Perez Brew, I can't even say it, Aguirre Beer, Suero, and Torres as the CRA's auditors for a 3-year term with one renewal period as an additional 3 years, 6 years in total, and authorize the acting executive director to proceed with a contract for services to be completed within 30 days.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Board Member Cruz made the first motion. Board Member Kelly made the second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Moving on, the next item for discussion and consideration is the continued discussion and consideration of the purchase of 135 Northeast Third Avenue. Mr. Tack, can you please present this item?
All right, so the item before you tonight is a waiver on delivering the neighborhood officer program office. The second amendment to the development agreement extended the construction contract, so the deadline to perform that said work and provide it to the city is May 22nd, 2025. The contractor has requested an additional 90 days to bring it from May 5th to August 3rd. We have provided an outline of the work that's been provided so far. Staff is asking that you approve said waiver. Also, in addition to that, our construction contract will end or has a completion date of May 5th, and as such, we would, based upon your approval tonight of a waiver, we would match that up and do administratively a change order to that contract so both dates are in concurrence with each other.
Any questions on this item from my colleagues?
Motion to, oh, sorry.
Sorry. Board Member Kelly, what were you going to say? You guys are like auctioneers.
Tim, just for clarification on the agenda backup, I think it's just a clerical error, but just for the record, the date of the electrical works is April 29th, 2028, but that's something that's been done, correct? Just want to make sure that we're
Correct.
on track. And so we have a request for an additional 90 days from May 5th, and so the delivery of the build-out for the NOP office will be August 3rd, 2025, is that my
That is
understanding?
correct,
Okay.
if not sooner.
Okay. And then this slight holdup has been on the contractor end and not on CRA end, or?
There was some holdup in regards to the pouring of the slab because they wanted to make sure that all the units were being poured relatively in the same time and that you weren't doing a short load, which is more expensive. So they held off a little bit on the construction contract, and we've had some challenges in regards to permitting and getting everybody through. So this one was one of the first ones to go, so it got held up the most. But they have been performing. They are actively working, so.
Okay, thank you.
Before we make a motion, is there any public comment on this issue? I take it no. Okay, now. No one online. Okay.
Motion to approve the waiver of the neighborhood officer program office construction deadline located in the heart of Boynton Shops at 137 Northeast 10th Avenue, Unit 108.
Board Member Cruz made the motion. Board Member Turkin's making the second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. The next item for the discussion and consideration is the discussion and consideration of purchase of 400 Northeast Second Street. Mr. Tack, can you please open up this item?
Absolutely. At the March 20th meeting, the CRA board meeting, the property located at 400 Northeast 2nd Street was discussed and was recommended by the CRA Advisory Board for purchase by the CRA. CRA staff was directed to go ahead and order an appraisal and bring it back for the board for their consideration. The property, an appraisal was performed in April, valuing the property at $751,000. If we can pull up a location, thank you. So you can see that it's located there on Northeast 2nd Street, just a few blocks up, or just a few properties up from Boynton Beach Boulevard, highlighted in blue. And the property is listed for sale in the amount of $725,000, which I believe is about 3.9% less than appraised value. This item is for your discussion and consideration.
Are there any questions from my colleagues on this item?
Now, what's the plan for this particular parcel?
Right now, we do not have a particular plan. It's a part of a land banking opportunity as recommended by the CRA Advisory Board. However, as you can see, there are vacant parcels to the south, so if there was an overall development that would come in, we could utilize that as leverage. But at this moment, we don't have any necessarily perceived plan for this as of yet.
Is there any property that are neighboring this that the CRA already owns, or is this an isolated property?
This is an isolated property. I do not believe we have any adjacent parcels at this time.
Yeah, I think for me, we're at the top of the market. I think a lot of people are dumping, and so I'd be hesitant. Nothing's moving, as far as real estate goes, so that's a no from me.
Board Chair, yeah, my concern with this also has to do with price, but also with displacing people who live there. These are occupied and they plan to be, to stay occupied, and I know that that is not normally our position to be landlords, and so I'm not in favor of this because I don't believe in displacing people, you know, who are tenants and don't have a choice in it. So I am not in favor of moving forward with this property. Thank you.
Board Member Cruz?
I agree with Board Member Kelly. That's exactly what I was going to bring to our
And
attention.
Board Member Hay?
I agree that I'm not interested.
Public comment, please.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you guys for your service. I am actually the sales representative for this property. The reason why I wanted to come and speak with you guys, a background about me, I've been in real estate for 15 years. I serve on the Miami Association of Real Estate. I am the incoming president for Broward County. And I go to with my peers to lobby in Tallahassee. Now, the reason why I'm even here today, not as a real estate professional, but as a real estate advocate and a Floridian. I'm born and raised here. And I understand that although Senate Bill 1242 was withdrawn recently, it doesn't mean that it won't come back in January. And it most likely will, just with different wording, different perspective, just so it can pass. I value what the CRA does. I've assisted buyers that have used the CRA funds to purchase homes. And I do see a lot of value in this lot in particular, especially from listening from your previous meetings on how valuable it is to preserve and own your own land within the city and keep it within the city. So whether you guys accept it or not is perfectly fine. As a real estate professional, I will get people who are interested in, but as a real estate advocate and a Floridian, I would love to see the city own this land. It already is income producing. I understand the issues with wanting to be a landlord, but like you mentioned, you do not have plans for this, and it's not a loss. From my understanding, and I hope I'm not overstepping, I know there were several missed opportunities with other lands and lots, and I don't want this to be one of them. So that's all I wanted to express to you guys. I thank you guys for your service. I know you guys work hard in these long nights, so thank you.
Public comment.
So I'm trying to sit down and contain myself at the same time, but man, I'm so impressed. I just mentioned just a little while ago about the CRA district being more than public spaces, and it's about people. And to hear this board say, listen, we're not interested in displacing people, this stuff just gets me excited. And I appreciate it on the behalf of those people who would have been misplaced. Thank you for at least making a stance. And you best believe that I'll be sharing this with the people who really want to hear it, who may have some preconceived notions about members on the board. So thank you so very much. Y'all made my night just by making that statement. That's the best meeting that I've been in all day. So I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, please.
Thank you. I have one comment. Can you all get your microphones checked, please? Because I'm just saying the right side is kind of soft, left side is up. Need to be checked. Thank you.
What about in the middle? Can you hear me? Public comment is now closed. Would any of my colleagues like more discussion on this issue or to make a motion?
Do you need any action, or can we just proceed?
No, we do not need any action if the
Okay.
board does not intend to proceed.
So we are moving on.
Madam Board Chair, I apologize. In the shuffling of attorneys, I did forget to ask you for public comment on the auditing services. Would you mind asking at this
Is
juncture?
there any public comment on the auditing services that we reviewed, which were item 14A?
Check.
Okay, I was waiting. I was like, okay now.
Thank you,
All right.
Madam Chair. I apologize.
Thank you. The next item for discussion and consideration is the discussion and consideration of the Third Amendment to the Purchase and Development Agreement and the First Amendment to the Tax Increment Revenue Funding Agreement between the BBCRA and BBQOZ LLC for the 115 North Federal Highway Mixed Use Project, the Pierce. Mr. Tack, will you please open up this item?
Absolutely. On April 9th, the CRA and BBQOZ, who is the developer for the Pierce project, entered into a second amendment to the Purchase and Development Agreement to close early on the property and conduct pre-construction work in order to facilitate timely completion of the project. The item before you is a First Amendment to the TURFA, which is basically housekeeping to make sure that it is in concert with the Purchase and Development Agreement. It effectively removes adequate proof of financial closing in conformance with the Purchase and Development Agreement. It redefines the commencement of construction or construction commencement term. It redefines the term property. It changed the legal description to include city's conveyance of certain real property, as well as it provided an addition of notification to the CRA of commencement of construction, so that there's a fixed date in which construction is considered to have started. In addition, the TURFA, the PDA has a third amendment to the Purchase and Development Agreement. It changed the legal description to include the city conveyance of real property, and it scheduled a closing date on or before June 30th of this year. So both of these items are here for your discussion and consideration.
Tim, this is just a housekeeping item based on so motion to approve.
They are two separate agreements, so I will need two separate motions. So if you could just specify, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, so motion to approve the third amendment to the Purchase and Development Agreement of the First Amendment to the Tax Increment Revenue Funding Agreement, TURFA, between the BBCRA, BBQOZ, LLC for the Pierce Project.
We do have a first motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Turkin made Board Member Turkin made the first motion. Board Member Kelly made the second. Do we want to wait for,
No, but would you like to take the discussion opportunity to entertain public comment?
That's right. Any public comment? Going once, going twice. Okay, so we, all of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion passes 4-0, because she's not in here.
Yeah.
So that works, okay. Moving on.
Then we have
And then
the
we have-
second one,
Oh,
right?
we have the
Yeah.
second
Yes.
one.
So
Motion-
can we go back to the things?
Motion to approve First Amendment to the Tax Increment Revenue Funding Agreement between the BBCRA and BBQOZ LLC for the 115 North Federal Highway Mixed Use Project.
Second.
We have a motion to approve in a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Did you get it on that one? Okay. Okay.
Sorry, as they were separate motions, we just need to examine whether there's any public comment for that item
Public
as well.
comment on the second motion. Anyone coming up for the First Amendment to the Tax Increment Revenue Funding Agreement? Okay. Moving on. Next, we are moving on to the item for discussion and consideration is the continued discussion and consideration of tax increment finance request for Time Equities, Inc. in Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the Town Square project located at 120 Southeast First Avenue and 100 East Boynton Beach Boulevard. It was tabled on the April 8th meeting of 2025.
Motion to
Motion
remove from table.
second. He made the motion to remove from the table, I submit.
I did.
Okay, motion to be removed.
And you got a second.
And the second is, all those in favor say aye of removing it from the
Aye.
table. Aye, okay. And we have the second, okay, so we have, you here to present?
I am. My name is Bonnie Miskell. I'm here on behalf of Time Equities. It's very nice to see you, Madam Chair, members of the board. And we do have a brief presentation if you'd allow us to go through it, but I think it'll be very quick. Okay. Oh, thank you. You're right on top of it. These papers. Much. Oh, and by the way, I am joined today by Francis Greenberger and Rob Singer, and they're happy to answer any questions should you have them once we get through this presentation. So for the benefit of any new people in the audience who haven't seen us the past 3 meetings, or were bored and wanted to hear it again, we're going to go over some highlights here. On the screen, we give you a little summary, and again, to remind the community and the board, this is one project that has 2 phases. We have the first phase, or what we refer to as the first phase, which is the south parcel, and the second phase is the north parcel. Refresh your memory on what those are comprised of generally. South parcel, 465 residential units, a total parking space count of 1,005 spaces, a commitment to build 224 city parking spaces, and that a revised site plan that was reviewed and approved a year ago. North parcel, Phase 2, 433 units, 1,049 parking spaces, 249 city parking spaces, and I'm sorry, I skipped the retail on the first phase, 6,500 in the first phase, 17,000 square feet of commercial on the second phase in the north parcel, for a total of 898 units, 2,054 total parking spaces, 473 total public parking spaces, and 23,500 square feet of commercial. So that's an overview of the development. The development costs, and a gentleman referred to one of those numbers earlier today. For Phase 1, the south parcel, the land cost is $22 million. The hard and soft costs of the building, $200 million. North parcel, the same, $22 million in land cost, $200 in hard and soft cost, $200 million. $44 million for land cost for the total project, the two phases, and approximately $400 million in hard and soft costs for the building and the construction. Total development cost, almost $500 million. So a significant, and we talked about this before, this is the largest project that I've seen in 30-plus years in the city of Boynton Beach, and a very important one, because it surrounds what we're here today. It completes your city center. So next, the reason we are here and asking for a TIF award is because there is a fiscal gap, and I'd like to go over that briefly so that the public understands what we're asking for and why. So the total TIF request for the first phase is $20 million. The second phase is $15 million, for a total of $35 million. The TIF rebate, and again, this is a rebate, it's not, you're not paying, you're actually rebating back taxes that are paid when this is eligible, which is in that TIRFA agreement, is approximately $2 million a year for the south parcel, $2 million for the north parcel. I'm sorry, I said per year, but $2 million for the first, $2 million for the second phase, for a total of $4 million. Just to refresh your memory, the city had, or the CRA had, its own analysis done by Mr. Abramson. His recommendation and conclusions support the request for $20 million for the first phase and $15 for the second phase. The developer had their own analysis done by Hank Fishkind Economic Group, and theirs was significantly higher. The applicant is not asking for that amount, but asking for an amount that was supported by Mr. Abramson's report. The construction start dates, originally, there were none for Phase 1, there was none for Phase 2. There are now dates that have been added into the TIRFA agreements. The first phase is October 1st, 2026. The second phase would be December 31st, 2031. So, and this is just an excerpt from Mr. Abramson's report, which again was a CRA consultant, but he basically acknowledged it's a two-phase TIF award. The requested award is $20 million for Phase 1 and $15.2 for Phase 2 in the form of 95% of the total tax increment revenue. 100% obviously would be deposited, and then 95% rebated back. And then he went on to say that based on the evaluation, they consider the developer's assumptions generally to be in the range of reasonableness. The project has a feasibility gap that would justify the TIF award. And again, that was the CRA consultant. The reason why I have this on the screen is that I think there's misconceptions that today the development community is making, double-digit numbers based on return on costs. And this slide will give you exactly the opposite impression. And so you'll see a few columns here. If you look at without subsidy under untrended 2024, and I'm going to get it in front of me because I can't read it off the screen, so just bear with me a second. Okay, here it is. So 2024 untrended, without subsidies, net operating income before TIF rebate, 11,655,491. With subsidy, the same amount. Net plus TIF rebate, 0, under without subsidy. With subsidy, it'd be $1,525,415. Adjusted NOI, same as the net operating above. And then development cost, $235,873,244. With subsidy, and by the way, without TIF, that has a return on development cost of 4.94. Just to give you an understanding, and I just bought a CD, and I got 5% back, and I have no risk on my money. With subsidy, it brings the return on cost up from 4.94 to 5.59. It's marginal, and that's with risk. But again, you have to look at this, and Mr. Abramson did, as does my client. You have to look at this over a period of time. The next columns is trended 2029, and the numbers obviously go up a little from the 4.94 without subsidy to 5.73, again, marginal, to 6.48. So you have to ask yourself, if you're committing almost $500 million of development and risk, is the return sufficient enough for somebody to take that risk? And even with the subsidy, we're looking at 6.48, which, and we'll get into it in a minute, but which my client is willing to proceed with. We also talked about before the terms that they receive from Goldman Sachs. The question is, can this be financed? And this is an example of Goldman Sachs being willing to commit to terms that it could be financed. And this is just an excerpt from a portion of their letter, but it shares with you what they're willing to, the loan amount would be, and what the project would be. And this, you're looking at phase 1 here. But what is important to note, within their terms, it goes on to require, as a condition to lending, that the TIF award may be given, that it is received, and it is committed to by the CRA. So we're pleased to report that Goldman Sachs is willing to extend the loan. And again, these are terms, this is not the loan commitment. But you know, the reality of it, though, is that they are going to require the TIF award happen in order for that to happen. So your staff, and by the way, just as evidence, this book used to be about 1/3 of the size. So in 4 months, we've come a long way. Your staff and our team has worked very hard to finalize terms that I think we all feel are reasonable. They have held our feet to the fire, and they have worked very hard and done a very good job in making sure that the CRA is protected. And so examples of the protection, just to refresh your memory, very early on, probably 4 months ago, we talked about the 2 phases and your concern, and I think actually Board Member Kelly was the first to raise it, that if the market could improve, although it hasn't in a year, but it could in 5 years by the time the second phase comes in, and the TIF award may not be needed. And so, or we don't meet the requirements of our TIRFA obligations. So first one, if the developer does not meet its first phase, construction start, completion dates, then both the south parcel and the north parcel TIF agreements are canceled or terminated. The next one, if developer successfully builds and delivers the south parcel, which again is the first phase, they are eligible for consideration for the TIF award for the north parcel. However, and this speaks to Board Member Kelly's concern, we still have to go back and we have to get the fiscal gap analysis done to ensure that there is a fiscal gap at that point in time as the second phase is ready to go. So those are just a few of the protections. There are others, and I will get into a few more. And I don't know if we'll go too much into this, but let me see if I can abbreviate the discussion here. So in addition to the fact that you're going to have nearly $500 million worth of value added to the tax roll, there's a number of other things that are included here that are really bonus public benefits. And I talked about the first one, on $440 million worth of new value to these properties that surround City Hall. The value and cost of the public parking spaces, 473 spaces that ultimately are worth about $26 million. So that's another big win. The net income to the city from the metered spaces, this is a case where the city is getting 100% of the revenue. That is not what others have done. It's a very extreme commitment on the part of this developer. That's another $500,000. And then net income from the city from parking through the life of the building, and that's $28 million there. So significant public benefits from the parking. Additionally, there are all kinds of fees associated with that, with this development, for the value of this development. The Public Art Fund contribution estimated to be $1 million. Workforce Housing Fund contribution, $4.5 million, a little less than that. Other impact permitting agencies and fees, over $12 million. The payment to the city for the land closing, which already occurred, that was $5 million. And then public restrooms that are being funded at $180,000 for another $23.5 million worth of public benefits. We talk incremental real estate taxes on the value of the buildings, and something that was recently added, or it might have been presented in part at the last meeting. We talked about creating some TI contributions towards the commercial spaces. Commissioner Hay, or Board Member Hay, has said many, many times, it's about creating jobs and creating opportunities, economic opportunities for the residents that have been here, that have been committed to Boynton Beach, and who want to raise their families here. And we took that very seriously and came up with a couple of programs. One was committing a certain amount of money to TI work, because you might, as a new business, be able to get into the space. The question is whether you can build it out and create a space that will help your business thrive. We're committing to an amount equal to $200,000 for that tenant improvements over the 10-year commitment that we are obligated to create the space. Also, my client has agreed to a 50% reduction on an amount of the retail space for local businesses, so that they can get their first start at a lower than market rate in a beautiful new building, and also have the opportunity for potential tenant improvements, which those two things combined would be an additional $1 million worth of benefit. So, and then next, and what I think is kind of the hardest thing to understand, but the greatest impact to a CRA, is the amount of economic impacts from the job creation. And so this screen will give you a breakdown, and this was done by our economic analyst, Mr. Fishkind. But the annual incremental local spending, and we broke it out during phases, during the construction phase, is approximately $19 million per phase, for a total of $38 million. The incremental local spending over the 6-year construction period is an additional 114, or a total of $114 million, for a total of $228 million for both phases. The total construction period jobs supported, 213 plus or minus for each phase, for a total of 426 jobs, and that's for construction jobs. And then the annual local spending permanent post-construction jobs amount to approximately $37 million per, $37 million for first phase, 34 for the second phase, for a little over 71 million total. And then total permanent jobs supported is total 340 jobs, 176 in the first phase and 164 in the second. So with an incremental local spending through 2075, post-construction, the life of the building, so to speak, potentially beyond, is over $1 billion at $1,796 million. So that's significant economic impact, and that's projected by one of our experts. The bottom of the page it just reminds you and refers to the bond requirements that the city and the CRA have, and this project alone, should it be approved and allow us to get under construction, we certainly can help the city not absorb this burden by themselves. So then, since the last meeting, we've got a few new proffers. And, you know, the longer we prolong this, unfortunately, those start and stop dates are getting bumped a little bit. But the earlier required TIF start date for the, we made the TIF start date for the north parcel earlier by 6 months. It was originally proposed to be July 1, 2032. We've bumped that forward to December 31st, 2031. So that'll get us going on the north parcel sooner. I talked about the space that we were going to make available to local businesses at a 50% reduction on the market rents. We're breaking that up into two. It's a total of 4,000 square feet. And correct me if I'm wrong, Rob, 1,000 of that would be in the first phase, which has less commercial, with 3,000 being in the second phase. I got that right. And a $50 per square foot tenant build-out allowance, totaling $200,000 over the term of that commitment for the 50% reduction, which is a 10-year commitment. And then my clients also agreed to do construction and design industry educational forums for the Boynton Beach community, for those that are in the business or those that choose to want to be in the business. We'll give them an opportunity to get a flavor for what the business is. And then my clients committed to hiring Boynton artists to paint murals within their outdoor retail areas. So I don't doubt that you've seen in the newspaper the grim news. Due to higher interest rates, banks are skittish, lending is tough, and construction is also affected by flatlining rents. Also, Wall Street Journal, developers sit on empty lots after historic apartment boom, higher interest rates and flattening rents scuttle projects, another example of part of the problem. And then the Palm Beach Post, oops, I jumped over that one too quickly. Further exacerbating the problem are the tariffs, increased costs, shortages in labor. All of these things are creating what is not a good but a bad perfect storm. And I'm a living example of a tenant who gets to stay in her space, because the building that I happen to occupy was intended to be removed, demolished, and in lieu of my building was a mixed-use project, and this was in the city of Boca Raton. I don't have to move anymore. They have extended us out for at least a year, if not more, and they put the project on the shelf. In Boynton, a project that I worked on, that one has been shelved as well. So right now, the market is teetering, not in a good way. And while we had all hoped to see interest rates come down further and to see cost level out, that is not happening. But Francis and Rob are far better equipped to tell you about the tale of woe than I am, but I thought I'd just share that. But that is part of the problem. So how does TIF work? Does it cost the city money? I think people think that by asking for these amounts, the CRA or the city's gonna strike a check. It doesn't work that way. This is awarded 95% of the amount that the developer would pay for the new property. The CRA refunds it back, rebates a portion of it. And by the way, if the project is never built, there is no TIF, and there is no expanded tax revenue. It stays exactly as it is, or it could go down, it could go up based on, the market. But the reality is that they get nothing unless they build the project. And when they build the project, they have to deliver all these other things in order for the TIF to be awarded in accordance with the TRFA agreement. And money doesn't leave your coffers until it's collected. They don't pay it, they don't get it. So it's not you're just writing a check regardless of what comes into you. It has to come into you. It has to get built. It has to generate that additional revenue in order for this to happen. And so I think that's it. Again, I'm joined by Mr. Greenberger and Mr. Singer, and we're happy to answer any other questions that you may have, and I thank you very much. You know, the market's not great. While I love visiting you every month, we really hope to leave today and be able to commence. They want to get going, they want to get under construction, so we respectfully request your approval, and thank you very much for your time and attention. And thank you, staff. They did great. They did a great job.
Thank you. Are there any questions from my colleagues, or Tim, do you have anything to put into this?
Yes, if you would go back to the economic impact chart. And I believe it's the third, no,
Now, the job creation or the benefits, the public benefits? This was the,
okay,
The larger P&L. Yeah.
right there?
go one more.
One more. I think that was
It's
it.
one that had three,
Oh, right here? No?
no. Let me just ask you to go through
Okay.
that explanation again that you gave about the jobs that were
Okay.
being created.
Yes, I'll get to that one. I know exactly
Can you give a
what
further
want
breakdown
now.
as to how
Sure.
that's going to be?
Yeah, well, I'm going to have Rob get up, and it's his chart, so he'll get
Okay.
up and
Hi, Rob.
probably do a better job.
Okay,
I'm out of my wheelhouse.
good enough.
Good evening, everybody. How are we doing tonight? This is the critical piece of the puzzle. This is it. Jobs are created when people spend money, period. And when we have 898 units filled, there's going to be some 2,500 people who live there. And what the economists can do is they look at the rent that we're going to be charging and how much you have to make in order to pay that rent, and the type of person this is, and how much disposable income they have, and how much they spend on housing. And they break it down to how much then they can spend locally in the community, going to restaurants, buying coffee, haircuts, hiring accountants, everything. So, so when we have thousands of people spending money, and these people, they're not here today. These are people that are going to move here from somewhere else. Some of them might be here today, but many of them we believe will come from somewhere else. So it's new capital, new buyers, new demand coming into Boynton to fill up these apartments. And what they do then is walk around spending money. And they do that. And so what this tells you is that there's going to be almost $72 million per year that is spent by the thousands of people who live here locally in the community. And what that spending does, as we all know, is it generates jobs. Businesses open because now there's customers. The coffee shop opens because there's customers. Now that coffee shop needs an accountant. They need a lawyer. They need a contractor. And so there's this knock-on effect. And what we've heard through a lot of public comment is that there's dollars in Boynton today that want to spend money here, that they end up going to Del Rey and going out to dinner. The people here are taking their dollars and leaving, let alone, I mean, this is capturing the new people that come in, okay? But then you have also the people that are living here who are going to have an opportunity to spend money. So this is arguably understating the impact that this will have. So it's a massive impact, and it gets, and I think Bonnie said it right, that it's kind of like, it's a little trickier to conceptualize, and it's sort of easier to talk about the incremental value of the property or something, but this is what drives jobs. And these aren't construction jobs. This isn't like being a flag man or any construction job, because that's temporary. Construction jobs are temporary. What this is speaking to is permanent spending, permanent jobs, good jobs, and businesses opening to support those businesses, and there's this whole knock-on effect. So Does that
Yeah,
explain the
yeah.
point?
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Okay.
Okay.
And I do think that if Francis is willing to give us a minute, I think it's nice to hear from the man himself, where his heart is on this, because you guys see me too much. So, Francis, if you don't mind.
Hello, I'm Francis Greenberger, the owner of Time Equities. And first, I just want to thank the commission, and I really want to thank the city of Boynton all through the process, which we've now been working with the city for 3 years from when it all started, has been very, very thoughtful, and I think it's helped make a better project. And I just appreciate everything that people have put into it. And in fact, we were attracted to this project. My company has done projects in numbers of different locations, Florida and throughout the country, because the vision that Boynton had for the town square, which included, what this project represents, we thought was a very forward-looking and a project that we would like to be connected with, and ultimately, we try to do things where we can help communities realize their vision. I don't like to come to places. I wouldn't come anywhere and say, well, you should have this or you should have that. Communities know what they need and what they want, but if we can help facilitate it, then that's a place that we want to be. And that's really how this all started. I know the town had a frustrating time with a prior developer who never did what he said. Part of, I guess, the reason that the town was open to us, because we built a nice project in West Palm, and a lot of the city officials came over and saw it and realized that it was of a good quality. That was representative of the vision that they had for Boynton and town Square. So, development isn't easy, and I know people think, oh, you make so much money, but I think you see the numbers. This is not, if we weren't crazy, we would take our money to the bank and get 5% rather than going through all that we have to. But, it's what we do, and being a city official isn't easy either, but, you do it because it's something that you want to do and you care about. And that's why we're here. But a project like this, any project, but certainly one of this scale, is hard to realize. As Boynton knows before we even got here, because somebody already failed at doing it. We just finished a very large project in Chicago, which a prior developer had failed to develop also. We ended up making a deal with the bank that took it back after he failed. Now it's a 74-story building that's the pride of Chicago. Anyway, we're here to do our best. We're committed to realizing what we hope will be a very high-quality project consistent with the vision that Boynton had for itself. But we need tools to do it, and it's a difficult time. You all know that. And so give us the tools and we'll go to work. Thank you very much.
Francis, I was one of the ones who came up to West Palm Beach to visit your project there, and I recall speaking with you, and I must say that you can understand our history and where we're coming from, but I will say this, that we have come a long way from where we were to get to where we are right now. So you crunched out some good numbers. So this is I don't know, one of the biggest projects that I can recall going on in Boynton. So I hope that you can appreciate all of the discussions and back and forth that we all have been going through. And I'm excited about what I'm hearing now, and I'm ready.
I not only appreciate it, I respect it. And, although we have achieved, a couple of other projects of this scale and a number of smaller ones, but this isn't easy. It's not easy for us. We have to put tremendous thought into it, and working together with the city officials, all the people that have been part of the planning process for the last 3 years, has been a very meaningful and positive exchange. And, we're just happy that you've given us the chance to try to meet your expectations. So
Thank you, Francis.
Any other questions? Board Member Kelly?
How many questions? I just have a couple comments, a couple of things. Rob, I just want to thank you for, I have talked your ear off, and Bonnie also, with lots of requests and going around in circles on things that I really think that will, will impact our community. And one of the things that we know have been brought up many times, and I know even it was spoken about during public comment tonight, is, and also Board Member Hay brought it up too, is the jobs. And I appreciate you talking about the jobs, a couple of aspects of the jobs. That's something that was important, an important discussion for you and I to have, as far as making sure that not only are we looking at the construction jobs and keeping them in Boynton Beach and really doing our due diligence to make sure that they're, whatever jobs can stay in the city, but also I know I came to you with requests of, apprenticeship programs, and I know we talked ad nauseum about that. And one of the solutions was to come up with these educational forums, really as a way to target college age or younger adults in the city who are really looking to find out what they want to do, and giving them a true taste of what this industry can bring to them. And so I really just wanted to thank you for working with me to come up with a solution to make sure that we are truly going above and beyond to make sure that our residents and, young and old have opportunities, to work within the city. So I just wanted to acknowledge that was something that was I know it was a far reach, but I appreciate you working with me and on that, and, a couple of the other little build-out items that I think, when you think about it, they're little in numbers, but I think they truly have a big impact as far as, half-price rent. That's something that's not done across the board everywhere. And also, one of the things that this board has had to deal with on another project was the build-out cost for tenants. That was something that also came up in our conversation and was important to me, because it was something that we, as a board, we lived through recently, where we had tenants who were trying to get established as a new, as a new tenant, and start up a new business, and they were hit with a bill for build-out costs that they weren't expecting, on top of architects and on top of planning and all of the other fees that go along with a first-time person trying to open a business. And so I to commit to build out those spaces and provide just more of an opportunity for those first-time small business owners to really get established. I just really appreciate the effort that you've done, and you truly have, through all of my conversations, looked at this as a partnership, and is really wanting to see what is best for not only the community, but our residents and jobs and the community as a whole. And so those were my comments, but those are some of the things that were that you and I had talked about, and you agreed to put them in the terms and work with us more on that, and worked with staff to come up with the language. And so I just really appreciate you making those efforts to just further this this relationship or this partnership even more. So thank you.
Board Member Turkin? Board Member Cruz?
Thank you, Amiga. Okay. Thanks for coming down. Thank you for this presentation. Rob, you and I had went over this, and, you know, I asked you to make this visible to the public, so thank you, along with the letter from Goldman Sachs, so you got me there. And I appreciate the transparency. You know, you're not required to do this, but I think it's important to identify, you know, this isn't a perfect situation, this isn't a perfect project. You know how I feel, you know, about the project in its entirety, you know, how split and divided, you know, residents are. But I think if you look at this economically and you look at the metrics, which I love metrics, I love detail, they don't pick sides. Metrics don't lie. And looking at the economic impact of this, despite of how I feel or what I think about the project, you know, we're essentially getting this economic boom sooner by incentivizing this, right? It helps the city with impact fees, which, you know, why we have impact fees, it helps recoup those sooner. And so, you know, again, this might not be the perfect situation, the perfect project, how Thomas sees it, or Commissioner Turkin sees it, or the residents see it, but if you look at the economic impact, especially in a time of potential economic uncertainty, to move this up and to provide the ability to create an economic boom, which this, I imagine, this will get built, you know, regardless if there's TIF or not TIF, but in order to supply that job growth and creation when things may turn worse than they may not, right? I think is substantial, and as a representative, you know, part of what we do here is promoting business, you know, and promoting our local businesses, promoting, you know, economic growth, job development. And so I think, you know, despite what Thomas feels or what, you know, what my ideal is, you know, that aside, you know, logically making this decision, you know, we're essentially trading this economic boom sooner for this incentivized TIF, and we're recuperating this plus more. And so I think from a risk analysis perspective, I think it's in our best interest to move forward with this because, you know, we can get this off the ground. My only question and ask, and thank you for some of the concessions that you've given prior in the last meeting, is there any way that we can commit to moving up the timeline? Because I think based on feedback from residents, emails I've gotten, people want to see this get off the ground. And so if there's a possibility to move up the timeline for the southern parcel, I'm not focused on the northern parcel because that TIF isn't relevant until this southern parcel gets off the ground.
Thank you very, very much. And our conversation made it crystal clear that we had to be even more transparent, take our time, and show the detail. There's a theory that like, oh, you know, we can't handle all the detail too. And Commissioner Turkin said, no, the detail is important. And this is the important thing. As far as moving the time up, for the southern parcel, October 1st is 17 months, or approximately. We are going to, if this gets approved today, we are going to run as fast as humanly possible. I just, with Francis here, I can't move the date in the contract back, but you have our commitment. It only helps us to move. We are completely aligned with you to move this as quickly as possible. We are flying, we're flying every which way to get our permits in. Civil permits are going in on June 1st. You can call Kimley Horn. We are moving, and I see a real world where this could be the spring of next year, but because we're in such a strange environment, I mean, it's just business sense to leave some buffer, because remember, if we miss that date, the whole thing is canceled. Sure. So we have a little buffer on the first phase, but you have our commitment that we are moving everything now at light speed. And with respect to the second phase, you know, the theory of 5 years is that you need 2.5 years to build, you needed 2 years to lease it up, stabilize it before we can prove to the world that the second one is viable. Our hope, of course, is that it all moves much faster. It does us no good to be with the land. I mean, we can, but that doesn't help us. So we are completely aligned with you. Our goal, we build. We're not land bankers. That doesn't help us. That's not our business. We build. So I hear you 100%, and I want to move the dates up. I want to move the start date up. The contract dates, I respectfully request that we leave them where they are. They've been carefully negotiated, but we give you our word that we're moving them as quickly as we can.
Fair enough.
Commissioner Cruz, Board Member Cruz?
I'll go afterwards.
I think that a lot of valid points have been made tonight with regard to the economy, the challenges that we have going on with getting projects off the ground. This is something that's happening everywhere. At the same time, I don't feel comfortable with providing 95% of our TIF for the entire length that is, contractually put here. The reason for that is I do believe that, we have multiple things that we're gonna have to pay for. As we grow as a city, we're gonna need more police officers, we're gonna need more firefighters, we're gonna need more staff members. And when we reimburse, for 95% of our TIF for this, specific building, although there is value to using a tool to move forward, I think that 95% is just, it's too much in my view. However, I do understand the reason for needing the tool. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Board Member Turkin.
Well, I think for sake of argument, I think in respect to the need for staffing, right? The CRA's limited to what they can't do. Firefighters, I don't think we ever fund anything that's eligible. And so, if we want to talk about impact and we want to talk about growth, you do that prior, you do that with your comprehensive plan, you do that, when these projects are in front of you. If those are concerns, this is going to get built regardless. The question is, do we want to see our return on investment sooner, or do we want to take a risk of that being delayed or not? Listen, I don't like it, but I asked last meeting for the letter from Goldman Sachs because I thought you were full of it. And you would see that here, and they don't have an obligation to do that. And so I don't think this is, listen, for me, it's, how I feel and what's logical have to be two different things. And, I think a good business decision is to try to recoup your economic impact that you can get from this sooner rather than later, right? Whether I like it, the project or not. So I think for the argument of wanting to have those needs for the potential impact, you would want to get that sooner rather than later. So, and again, I just want to thank you guys for illuminating this. Thank you for putting this together. I think this is important. Details, metrics, they're unbiased. And, thanks for investing in Boynton Beach. Again, not the project, that is ideal for me, but, I'm not going to let perfect be the enemy of good, because when you do that, you get bad. And so
I also want to take a moment to thank so many of the constituents that corresponded with this board. Text messages, calls, emails expressing, when Board Member Hayes said at the last meeting that 85% of the room was in support and the other 15, that's the same that I have been getting in digital correspondence the last month. And so I think it's important that we recognize that this community is starting to collectively come together, and whether you like something or not, at least they're starting to engage, which was something that we didn't have for a very long time. So I'm very grateful to the constituent base for showing up for this and for the next item. Okay, are there any other comments or questions from the colleagues? If not, we're going to open it up to public comment.
Mark here, George again. I want to commend Bonnie and Rob, really did a good job on the numbers. I'm surprised that Francis is here, to be blunt about it. That shows your commitment to this. One thing I do think that needs to be added, you're talking about these educational forums. I think you need to go a step further and do a community benefit
Please
agreement.
speak to the board.
Yes, they need to do a community benefit agreement in which they guarantee local hires, they guarantee local subcontractors, and that way the dollars stay in this community. The way you guarantee that is through a community benefit agreement. I know that that can be done. We've done them in the past. We can do it on this one. And where we measure it in terms of the employment tax is how you measure that. And so I know we can do that. I don't think that it would be objectionable on their part to do that. And that's the only thing that I think needs to be added to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Former Board Member McCray and Commissioner McCray. The Town Square project, first of all, I could speak to Board Member Hay because in the old City Hall, we had a setup. As you came out from upstairs on second floor, this was not the Town Square project, which we really was looking at for many, many years when Kurt Breslin was the city manager. We got excited about a new City Hall and changing everything, and sure, the board before you all, the commissioners before you all, they made mistakes. But tonight, you all have a chance to move a project along that need to be moved along. So the people that's going to be coming behind you all can say, I thank you for doing what you did to be honest and fair. This project depends on your vote tonight. I'm standing up here to tell you all to vote in favor of this project. Forget about what happened in the past. We are looking to the future. I'd like to say to the staff here that did the presentation, you did excellent. Don't let this land around City Hall continue to look barren. I work in Fort Lauderdale. Buildings are going up out the ground like almost overnight. People say that they don't want there to be another Fort Lauderdale here in Boynton. At least I want something to be here in Boynton. Please vote for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, Susan. Hi, Susan Oyer, Boynton Beach. So we all know that I'm very anti-heightened density. I mean, I was one of the residents who voted for the 4-story height limit, and we've voted for it twice now in our city. But as Commissioner Turkin has said, at some point you have to look at the benefits of the project and look past the fact that the heightened density is just, don't even get me started. So I'm moving on and saying, please vote for this, which is probably shocking to Bonnie over here. She's about to have a heart attack. But I'm asking that they consider a few things along the way. I personally, I'm going to ask that we need more commercial on the south side. If that's the side going forward and it faces the amphitheater, then we have all these events here and you only have what, like 2 commercial pieces, units scheduled to come in. Shouldn't that be where we have more restaurants and more stuff for people to go take advantage of when they're here for all of our community events? So maybe add more commercial to that bottom floor on the south side that's right next to the amphitheater. Sorry, I can't read my own handwriting without my glasses. I'd also ask that we have more electric car chargers. We have a wonderful agreement with FP&L that lasts, I believe, about 3 or 4 more years. Maybe they could look at doing something with that as well, because, you know, the world is moving forward with electric cars, not backwards, so let's be thinking ahead. I don't like the idea of murals. I think they're trashy. I've fought against them all through Mayor Pensurga's term. I think they're horrible looking. I really think we need to have a beautiful, exceptional piece of kinetic art. And I think we need to have living walls, something that makes it a statement piece that people want to come in from all over to see, and a mural is not it. That's just glorified graffiti. So let's dump the mural idea and let's have a kinetic piece that is truly exquisite and sets the piece apart. And then also, living walls, which of course benefit all of us. Looking at the parking meter situation, I would much prefer to not see individual parking meters, but to have those units where you go and put in your license number, because I think we're all seeing the stories in the news about Palm Beach, West Palm, and Delray and the fraud, because people are being defrauded and scammed with those parking meters where you have to have an app for it. So look at doing that. And where are all these employees going to be parking? That's something that no one's talked about at all, because all your employees for all these places have to have somewhere to go. So does each unit get one manager plus one employee or 5 employees? And how is that going to be calculated? And are they going to have to pay for parking on top of their job? So think about that. Thank you. But vote for it. I'm going home.
Thank you. Next, please.
Back again, Ray Whiteley. So I've heard projects like this be talked about and proposed all the time. And what I always hear is the developers are going to make good faith effort to do a lot of things. And most times, it never work out. So when I hear things like forums and those types of things, I really think that you should ask that they go a little bit deeper. Mark George said it. How do we have something on paper that will guarantee that people from Boynton Beach in the CRA district will benefit from this? 2,500 people is a lot of people. And more than likely, they're going to come from other places. And it's going to be a shift north, and it's going to gentrify on steroids. How do we make those people that live in District 2 a part of the gentry? How do we create those programs that really, really build people in the community so they can afford to stay here when all of these things happen? It's all well in theory, and it's all well in talk and good faith effort and all of those types of things, but how do we write it down? We have a South Tech right over there. We have other organizations that will make sure make sure that people are trained. Maybe if not for this development, it's going to be another development. How do we make sure that people are ready to work on the next one? It's always an effort. We tried to find people, but we couldn't find them. Maybe you didn't try hard enough. And those people who are going to work on this project is already contracted. For you to have all of these figures and you're going to tell me exactly what it's going to cost, you already done spoke to some people about what they are going to do. I know how this stuff goes, right? And I'm not killing this project. I'm not saying that I don't support it, because something has to go there. And I see the impact when those 300 jobs are there. How do we guarantee that Boynton people benefit? How do we guarantee that they have a livable wage when they work there and they could take care of their families here? That's what I would want to see. I would support that all day long if there's a community benefits agreement that guarantees that certain amounts of jobs and opportunities will go to the people who are here. Great project. You guys presented it well. I would love to see it and know that I had words to bring to this project. But man, let's be real and put some stuff on paper. Thank you.
Next, please.
Good evening, Barbara Reedy. I am not going to urge you to vote or not vote for this project. I feel like it's an inevitability that it's going to happen. But I would like to point out, Mike Fitzpatrick and I actually cornered this commission back in the days when the deal fell through and asked, where was the reverter clause? There was no reverter clause, okay? So some of my comments have to do with cautionary things like, has the city evaluated what will be the impact on police, fire, and water and sewer of 2,500 people? And does the remaining 5% of the taxes cover that impact? And what will happen when Time Equities starts breaking ground and they find, like the Pierce has found, that they have a cost overrun of $500 for utilities? Is it in writing? It's basically the same thing that Ray just said to you. Get it in writing. Get it in writing. If Time Equities sells the property, does the TIF follow the sale? Or does the TIF go back to the beginning and the next owner has to renegotiate the TIF money? And what is the dollar difference between 95% TIF and 75% TIF? And how much more could be accomplished in the city? What could you do with that extra 20%? You know, what other area could you fix up? That's a pretty good sized chunk of money, and I haven't seen anybody say what that dollar amount represents. Because I think it's important that you think about that. And as far as murals, I like murals. Kinetic art is fine too, but art is very subjective. You like some people don't like others. And I like murals.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening, Anthony Barber from Boynton Beach. First of all, I want to thank you for the time that each of you have put into this project. I know it's been going a long time, longer than I've lived in the city. But since the last meeting that we had, I'd never heard of Time Equities before. But I did do some research. I think the project is well designed. I think it's going to be impactful on our community in a very positive way. I think it's going to attract other opportunities that we don't know of right now. And I think that these, you know, just from what I heard tonight, these are the kind of people that we want to be in partnerships with because they're trustworthy and they want to be our partner and they're not here to just take. And so I appreciate the presentation they made. I encourage you to, you know, Member Turkin, you said it right. Perfect is the enemy of good. This is a really good project. This would be a huge benefit to Boynton Beach. There are not very many, I mean, the train is at the station. We need to be sure that we're on it for the benefit of our community. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, great. Are there any more comments or discussion, or does somebody make a motion?
One tiny thing.
Go ahead.
You want to go first?
No, I believe that, so we do have online Flynn Holland, but I believe she wants to speak about 14F, but she didn't specify on, it specifies on online. So I just wanted to give her an opportunity if she wanted to speak on this, that she is being recognized and can speak when she is ready.
There you go. Hi. My name is Flynn Holland, and I'm out of town, but I know that this is a very important meeting. I did send in an email, which you were talking about the Andrews House, but I wanted to reiterate on the Time Warner Equities, two things. One, the north side is not going to be anything done with it for 6 years. And when I drive up to the corner of Boynton Beach Boulevard and Seacrest, it is a blighted pit. It is an empty space that's not maintained. And so I would like to propose or to bring up the fact that for 6 years, it would be nice to have that landscaped or in some way make it look like a more desirable entrance to our community. The second thing I wanted to talk about was over 2,000 people. Apartment living, I have learned in Boynton, they bring their animals, they bring their dogs, they bring their cats. And there is no allowance at this point or obligation to have a park for them to have restrooms. And I fear that they will go into the center of our town and utilize it, and it will become a stinking mess. So I like to bring those up, and I see the projects going. It was not what any of us wanted, but I do see that we need to go forth with it. So good luck, Rob. Good luck with you all. I think 95% also is difficult. I like Barbara's with the 75%. But, you know, you guys have made a good, compelling argument. So thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I might be able to answer a couple of the questions if you want me to, or we can.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Just-
So Mr. Whiteley.
Oh, we have one more
Oh, I'm
public
so
speaker.
sorry.
Let her speak first.
Come on down. I feel like Bob Barker saying that.
Hi, I'm Kathy. You know, I'm still learning, and for sure, I don't know the right answer to this dilemma today. My comment is, I feel the urgency to get this moving. I can't say that I agree or disagree with it. But I feel that there's a lot going on here, and it's hard for me to comprehend everything. And I would just caution, my mother always said, haste makes waste. At this point in time, I don't know that holding off another 30 days is going to make a big difference, to make sure that the I's are dotted, the T's are crossed. It's just food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Bonnie, if you could keep it short.
I will. So to respond to Mr. Whiteley, all very good points and comments from the public. There are provisions in this contract that we didn't go into, and one thing I'd like to point out, and by the way, I've sat and participated in collaborating with staff on 4 of these contracts, and this one has the most teeth as it relates to hiring and job placement. As an example, under 3.1.3 of the agreement, it refers to prior to and during construction of the south phase, and it goes into a number of things that have to happen. We have to hire a job placement consultant, and that person will be collaborating and working with the CRA. In addition to that, they'll be hosting a job fair, and there are a number of other things in this paragraph that I believe deal with some of your, the patrons, your constituents' comments. Furthermore, as to whether staff has analyzed these impacts, and I know you know this, but I'm going to say this as a land use and zoning attorney, that the intensity and density that is on this site has been analyzed ad nauseum. It was originally for Mr. Markey's project. It was when the comp plan designations were changed. The intensities and densities were analyzed for all of the infrastructure and impacts associated with this use, this intensity, and this density. And in fact, more than this. So your staff, your city staff has already looked at that, and they've confirmed that there is adequate capacity to serve what we've proposed and then beyond that. And I just wanted to share that and explain that to the crowd and thank them. And I also have to say, I thank staff for the hard work that they've done. But for, you know, I pointed to the size of this book. You've read this now at least 4 times. You have spent hours talking with us for the really to your detriment, but for the betterment of your community. And all of these ideas really came from you. So I thank you for taking the time to speak with us. And I agree, this is a much better project today than it was 4 months ago. Thank you again. We appreciate your time.
Great. Okay, public comment is now closed. Would any of my colleagues like more discussion or to make a motion?
No, there was a public comment that was made that I think was very valuable, and this is something that we should think about, not just for this request. And actually, Tim and I was telling Tim during the agenda review, how do we put more teeth into, you know, when we give away grants or TIF or things of that nature, to be able to say, okay, we want to have a certain percentage of local hiring. How do we guarantee that the people that are here are getting the jobs? I think it's beneficial to have the, you know, the job fairs and things of that nature. It's important. But I think, you know, in the future, we can definitely go deeper into having more teeth and being more specific with regard to requiring, I would say, a minimum of 25% local hiring of people that actually like live in the city. You know, that's what I would say.
Thank you. I really admire that, but I think like we have to be realistic, and you have to look at the market, and you have to look at basic economics. If you have 100 carpenters in Del Rey, and you only have 40 in Boynton Beach, right? Are you just gonna not do the project because they're not in Boynton Beach? Like, I understand the sentiment, and it's great, but the reality is you might not have the supply of trades, right? Or subcontractors or artists, whatever you need to get done with local. And this is something you brought up, the local vendor preference. That's how we do it. That's how we do it. That's how we have the teeth, is we incentivize that local vendor preference, you know, which you've done. That was, you've done that. And so I think we need to think realistically that, you know, if you know, all the meetings, workshops, that's all great. The reality is you only have so many people that do so many trades, that do so many, you know, jobs and different specialties. So, you know, I don't want to get hung up on, you know, get hyper-focused on something that isn't a reality, right? And I don't want to, you know, I don't want to make things harder than it already is. However, I do think what Ms. Holland said about the landscaping is valid, and I want to thank you guys. You guys wrapped the fence with that art stuff, whatever, banner, and that was nice. So I think the landscaping is not a big ask. Otherwise, I think the city will probably do what they do.
Okay, go ahead.
I can understand and appreciate the talk about the percentage and being 25% or not using that or whatever, but I believe there's a 15% already in place, okay? I think we need to stop kicking this can down the road. This has been a problem for the city of Boynton Beach and probably other cities too, but I talk about Boynton for a long time in terms of not being able to find the people. We need to make an investment and have an incubator program or training, or I don't know the right words, but I do know I've sat here since 2000, and not here, not all the time, but since 2007, and this has always come up, and we kick that can down the road. I think we need to take a bite at this apple again and create a solution rather than just keep talking about the problem. It is a problem. I understand that you may not have minority groups that qualify for certain tasks on a big project like this, but certainly if we start looking at it through a different eye and start having programs to help, whether it be minority, women, black, brown, purple, whatever, but we need to have a constructive plan that we can move forward and start it now, because next year it's going to be the same thing. The next year after that, it's going to be the same thing. So when are we going to get real and really take a positive approach at the solution? That's where I am. I want to do something rather than what we're doing.
There is a solution. Well, for the youth, there is a solution. It's the Excel mentoring program. I did meet with Pastor Whiteley on that about 2 weeks ago, so we are trying to start formulating that to be more present in Boynton, and that does solve a lot of these problems for the youth now. And this program stays with them until they're 20 years old. It doesn't abandon them when they leave high school, and it helps them in a lot of life skills, but also giving them the foundation to pick a job in the trades. Right, and even if they don't want it in the trades, they still put them in nursing and other things, but they bring the modular units to the city on the weekends, and they start teaching them the plumbing, the AC, the drafting, all of these things. So I think that that's something that each of us should reach out to Excel individually and meet with them and get educated on that organization, because I think it's going to be a big help in this city.
And that sounds good. I think like Reverend Ray Whiteley stated, we need to put it in writing.
Yes.
So,
Okay.
real quick, just to piggyback on what you guys are talking about. You know, we continue to count on and burden the developers with this. And I think that what we have learned and what we should learn from this is that we can't depend on them to do the work that we as a community need to do. And so, you know, I appreciate, you know, board member, our board member, Hay, you know, bringing that up and chair. You know, I think that that's a conversation, and I don't know that this is the right forum necessarily, but I think that this is a conversation that we need to start talking to city staff about and really come up with it, because we have South Tech and we have other organizations. There's different organizations that work on getting people back into the workforce. And so I think that you know, we need to be more proactive as opposed to depending on developers to do the job for us, because they run into an issue where they're using, you know, GCs, and their GCs have people that they work with. And so you end up coming up with, you know, 10 jobs that maybe they can hire from inside. And that's really where the problem lies is, you know, you have GCs and you have all these other organizations that work with people. And so I think you're right. I think we need to look more inward and really come up with a solution instead of depending on developers to do it for us. So let's.
Okay. All right. Anything else, or do I have a motion?
What are we looking for?
Catherine?
Motion to
I didn't
accept
see one
it?
on the cover.
So
if you
there
wanna
is
give
no
one to
motion.
us.
I don't believe there's one spelled out for you. There are two separate agreements. So if you, whatever your preferences are, there's the north phase turf and then there's the south phase surface. If you could have separate motions for those, if it's intention to pass them. And if you don't wish to move forward, then you don't need to do anything.
But not a combined motion for South and
So
North?
the mo-
No, ma'am,
Okay,
two different agreements,
Do
two
we have a
different motions,
motion
please.
for the South Tower?
So the motion would be to
Approve.
move ahead with the
Moving forward with the
southern
TIF money for the TIF agreement.
TIF agreement.
The most up-to-date negotiations or concessions they're offering.
Is that your motion?
Mouthful. You want to give it to us, Catherine?
That's a mouthful.
Yeah.
Maybe a motion to approve the, I'm going to get the title right. Apologies. Okay. Motion to approve the tax increment revenue funding agreement for the south parcel as presented, subject to minor legal review.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right. and if-
Motion passes 4-1.
Move forward.
Okay, now we're on to the second one. Give us,
Did we have
Did you
we
say
had a
yea or
no?
nay?
oh, okay, all opposed to, okay.
Did we have a no?
I believe Angela would have been a no, but all of those in favor say aye.
Did you say
Aye.
Aye.
All of those in favor say nay.
Oh, she didn't say no.
Nay.
Madam Clerk, I apologize. For the record, could we have a roll call vote at this point?
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So we have a motion that passes 4-1. Okay, now we got the second one for the north parcel.
Sure, so I think you would be looking for a motion to approve the tax increment revenue funding agreement for the north parcel, subject to final legal review.
So move.
Second.
Okay, so do we want to do a roll call?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Moving on, the next item for discussion and consideration is the,
Board Chair, just give me 1 second. Board Chair, I just need IT to switch back for my control. Thank you.
okay, we're good? Thank you. Next item for discussion and consideration is the continued discussion and consideration of the Andrews House located at 306 Southeast First Avenue. Mr. Tack, would you like to open up this file?
Thank you. Vicki, if you can pull up the location map real quick. The property, as you stated, is known as the Andrews House, located at 306 Southeast First Avenue, which you can see depicted and highlighted by blue there on the screen. Back in January 2025, the city and CRA held a special meeting to discuss relocation and adaptive reuse options and directed city staff to perform a citywide survey on the potential uses for the Andrew House and for the CRA to have conversations with the developer to determine the alternative solutions to save the house. Back in April, the city and CRA staff met with representatives of the Save Andrews House Committee. At the conclusion of the meeting, it was determined this committee's preferred relocation for the Andrews House would be at the current CRA-owned lot at 211 East Ocean Avenue, which is currently has a historic designated structure known as the Magnuson House. Is that a location as well, the 211 East Ocean? Also, in addition to that, per the board's request, this was a item to bring back for your consideration. The staff is looking, I guess the idea was to provide direction if the CRA would initiate this or take the lead on this project as opposed to the city. I know that was possibly a consideration, but I also wanted to talk about another option as well. Back in April, we, city and CRA met with the owner of the property, which is Edgewater, and discuss the possible relocation of the house as well as an adaptive reuse. The current property owner discussed a conceptual site plan to incorporate the Andrews House on the north side of the project site, fronting Ocean Avenue just west of the railroad tracks. The developer would open to possibly renovating and incorporating as a larger mixed-use project in collaboration with the CRA and the city. This would be a part of their second phase development known as the Villages, which may be a different name at that time. I don't know if that's been determined yet or not. Both of those options, regardless of whichever it is, would require additional due diligence and investigation to determine the feasibility. So staff, again, is just looking if you want CRA staff to take the lead on this, as well as if there's a preference in the options that we should be looking at, because ultimately, any direction that we take right now is any expenditure of money would be best to know kind of which way we would be going with it. So this is for your discussion and consideration.
Mayor, if I may, my understanding is that this item was for the CRA or the city to take ownership of the Andrews House initiative. I am not prepared to make a decision on what that looks like. So I don't think that was something that was walked on. So I'll entertain that the CRA does take this project, right, and spearhead this. As far as what that looks like, save that conversation for another time after you look at some potential options.
Just for a point of clarification, I just wanted to give you kind of an update where we're at since we last discussed this. Has been a while, so.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure, so I'm okay with the CRA to spearhead this.
I am okay with that as well. I think that the end goal for me is wanting to know what the big plan is with if it is to be moved over to the Magnuson House or the long-term game of that. And I just don't think I have all the answers that I need to even have this discussion, because my biggest concern is we move it over there and it's still like the Magnuson House, which has been sitting there for many, many, many years. And maybe when we do bring this back, I'd like to know what it's cost the city on just having the Magnuson House and the real potential of it. But I would like to see this historic home preserved and making this a sense of place in the downtown. But I think it's obviously a numbers game that I don't have all that information now. I'd like to also talk to some community members again.
Okay. We are currently, right now, actively engaging proposals to do, to basically fix up the Magnuson House so that it's, it's safe for human occupancy. So if we were to look at possibly bringing the Andrews House over, that may change whatever the scope that may be. Ultimately, I need to have an understanding, whether informal or formal, with the developer on what we can do, because ultimately, it is not our property. We do not have any control over that said structure. So anything that we do with them will have to be some sort of agreement with a private entity, whether that is to relocate to the Magnuson lot or whether it stay in place. And right now, they're looking at possibilities on what that means to them, because financially, there is a burden one way or the other.
Yeah, and I think also too, I think we have to remind ourselves, we don't own that house or that property. And so I think, the property owner's been lenient, has participated in community meetings, so I think this is honing down that the CRA is taking the action on this, and then we'll revisit.
Yes, I would like to revisit this.
I sort of feel the same way. I think we are maybe a little premature in making a final decision because we still lack information about this as far as, the last, I'd heard something about even the owner having some ideas, and I'm not sure what those are yet. So I think we need to, as was brought up, let the CRA kind of run interference and monitor the options, and then we can have a open discussion on it. Because I think at the last meeting, again, we talked about putting both of those houses on the same lot and turning it this way and turning it that way, and maybe you might have to even move the Magnuson house and make room for the Andrews house. And it's just all kinds of, things that are up in the air. I just feel that. And then there was discussion about 30 feet between the two houses, and I'm not clear on a lot of this, so I would just prefer to kind of turn over to the CRA, let them run the interference and bring it back when we talk about it.
I do support staff at the CRA level to take the lead on the Magnuson House situation. I would say that, we've had plenty of discussions. I'm not discussing city stuff, but I'm just saying it's history, it's a public record. I've requested a previous, can I say something that's public record? Or no? If it's about this commission? Like a history?
You may say things that are public record. I would ask for you all not to discuss things that are city business.
Okay.
Not knowing what your comment is, I'll just let you know if I think we need to stop.
All right. So, public record, I've requested in the past, and the board has agreed, the commission has agreed to move forward with having our city staff look into what's going on with the Andrews House and the potential of moving it to the Magnuson House. That was requested at a city commission meeting months ago. This is before the election. And there was consensus on that. So I just want to remind everybody, again, no discussion, just public record. With that being said, I do think that there's definitely value. I think that a lot of members in the community have done significant research, have spent countless hours and effort. We've done, community, there have been community charades and things of that nature. So I don't want to see all of that effort being wasted and just not, I would just advise, or I would just say, at least I think it's important to put in the forefront the will and the desire of the community that we're serving, and finding opportunities, because how many times have we provided variances for projects, right? Is there an opportunity to provide such a variance to really create a historical district and actually have something for once, to have a hub where we can have, a commercial space, maybe ice cream, coffee, a sandwich shop, whatever it is, and something that's walkable, something that people can do, find activities to do. So I would go ahead and support, again, based on information that's been sent to us in the past, multiple emails. We even had Mr. Fitzpatrick come to a previous commission meeting and show us a map of how, they believe that it would be feasible. And that day I did request, again, historical city staff to look into that. So I guess I'll have some conversations, but I just wanted to bring that to the forefront just for context.
Just so you're aware, there have been conversations with city staff in looking at possibility of both options, right? And seeing what some of those challenges are per building code and engaging in the different departments. So the city's been very diligent in looking at both options. I mean, because obviously, as the owner of the property and the structure, they have full control of what happens ultimately. And anything that we're asking them to be an active member in our community, to be, to engage with us in this manner. So I just wanted to just put that out there. The city has looked at both options and some of the challenges from fire, police, building. So those comments have been generated and they have been shared. So we'll keep engaged with the city and as we go through this.
And let's get a presentation of that so we can make a decision, is what I'm asking for,
Yeah, I think we need to get some idea of what the numbers are to make
Right.
sense of that. I mean, and at that point, we'll have a better understanding.
And the history.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
if, the notion of the variant is great, we're the city, why can't we give a variance if we need to for something we're trying to do, right? So, but we need that needs to be done in detail, for me.
Yeah, just super quick on that. And I think that is the challenge in this is that, Tim, we're gonna give you the lead on this, but it really involves a lot of city. And so it's a challenge because we're saying you take the lead, but yet city staff is the one with the information that we need. So I would just ask that we tread lightly, but that we, if we need to do, as I brought up before, if we need to do more quick joint meetings to have discussions with regard to city and CRA, so that we can move this forward. I also want to be careful that, there's all of these great ideas being bounced around and emails being sent and posts being put on social media. And I also want to be very careful, as it has been stated today, the home does not belong to us and it is not on our land. And so I think we need to be very cautious that we don't then just upset the cart and then we're wondering what happened to said building. So and I'm not saying that has come up, I'm just saying that there's a lot of positions and ideas and things being thrown around on social media, and we want to do this and do this and do this and do this. And right now we have somebody who is willing to work with us and really wants what's best for the area. And, I just want to remind the public that, he really genuinely does care about the city, cares about this house, is working with us, and to just be respectful as, as we are having these conversations, because, we're trying to figure out what is best for the project, what's best for the city, and what he, and we want to make sure that he continues to work with us. So I just ask that, we're, cognizant of that and moving forward. So, thank you.
Do you need action, Catherine? No? Okay.
No, thank you. We can take your direction on consensus.
Okay.
Blue Mountain Coffee. There's no action.
Okay, moving on to new business. The next item for discussion and consideration. We're not voting on it, so Catherine.
It is your discretion. There is no final action being taken, so it is not required. However, you are certainly welcome to take public comment at this juncture if it's the board's preference.
It's 9:30. Everyone who has public comment, email us. I think, we'll move forward from there. Work with Tim. Tim's taking the lead on this now, as we move through the agenda, or if we do have public comment, not 3 minutes.
Board Member Hay, thoughts?
No, I don't see a reason why we can't have public comment.
Do it. Let's make it
because
1
this
minute.
is
One
this
Let's do 1 minute because
Do
we do
1
know-
minute?
Because we're going to have to
Let them say
revisit
what they
this
have to
again.
say, and we
We've
move on.
worked, we've worked so hard on this. 1 minute is ridiculous.
Okay.
It's better than
I've
none.
got 3 minutes written
right,
down
let's
here.
just do it.
It's important stuff. Okay, 3. I'm the CRA liaison for the committee. My name is Tom Warnke. Do I need to truncate this to 1 minute?
No, keep on
Oh,
moving.
thank you. I'll do my best. The one thing that was mentioned is the configuration of both houses on the property. Our meetings with Andrew Mack and Tim Tack have shown very, very clearly that both houses, both the Magnuson house, in order to renovate it, has to be jacked up. The Andrews house, of course, is going to be up because if it's moved to that property, the Magnuson house would have to be moved west 10 feet. Then the Andrews house will fit there. So we've already resolved that. So that really shouldn't be a question. But the big question is whether Manny might want to keep it and use it as a historic house on his property as part of the villages. So that's the elephant in the room. And he's trying to decide whether or not it's going to be feasible for him, whether they can even do that. So once that's resolved, then the CRA will be able to make a decision. And thank you for that consensus that the CRA can take the lead on this now. But a joint meeting would still be great. With help with the city commission, the demolition of the building was stopped. That was Thanksgiving. So it's been just about 6 months now. We've had multiple meetings with the CRA and the city. My heartbeat is up a little bit because I was worried about the 60-second limit here. I'm about half done. The CRA-owned property on Ocean Avenue next to the Magnuson house will work. We've already shown that. The remaining question is the cost. My office at the Delray Beach Historical Society is located in a pioneer home, and it was moved from being demolished. And the state, county, and the city put together $400,000. That was in 2002. This can be a legacy win for everybody, CRA staff and all the CRA board. And it's the opposite of gentrification. Thank you.
Next, please.
Hi, Susan Oyer, Boynton Beach. Well, like Tom said, we really need to get moving on this, and we need to save this. This came up pre-election, this came up during elections. A lot of you, if not all of you, committed to saving this building. So I don't know why we're continuing to delay this. I don't know why we're continuing to kick this can down the road. We really need to be moving forward, because all this is doing is feeding Manny or whatever developer and giving them an excuse to knock this down, destroy it, because, oh, they keep delaying, keep delaying. No, let's move forward. Let's recognize that our residents want this. This is easy enough to get grants and to get funding from multiple organizations, not to mention every billionaire who now lives in Palm Beach County who wants their name on something, or just the average person who believes in historic preservation and the economic driver that this will bring to our downtown. So we need to be moving forward on this, and thank you, Commissioner Cruz, for voicing appropriate and logical support on this. I greatly appreciate that. But we have got to be shifting this forward. We can't keep sitting on this. It's not, just go to him, talk to him, say, you were willing to knock it down before, you were willing to hand it to us before. What has changed? Let's take this. Why is the CRA and the city not moving forward on this? And all of you at some point have expressed that you are for this. So what's the delay? Let's just stop. Let's just move forward, and let's take it off his hands. You can't tell me he truly wants to deal with this. I think this is just an appeasement to try and deal with the time period. And I don't want to see this beautiful house knocked down and destroyed when we could be saving it. And instead we're screwing around talking about it for 6 months instead of doing something. We all know people. We can all help get fundraising to cover the costs. We're all able to sit down and help the grant writer to get grants for this, to get money, as Tom has proven. Delray's already done it. The county was willing to kick in several $100,000s for Delray. And that's every single year. So we can certainly get the money. That money should not be an issue. Let's just make it happen and stop messing around. And thank you.
Next, please.
Mike Fitzpatrick, 175 Southwest 2nd Street. Just a couple of things. At these meetings we've had with the CRA and the city, it feels like we spend about a quarter of the time trying to hypothesize and read Manny's Mato's mind. So it might need some board support to actually contact him to be a little more engaged so we can work with him. But it doesn't appear to be much communication from his end. In reading some of the backup, it was said that he did not want historical designation on this building if it stays on his property. Well, I believe the commission has, with that being built, the development, the commission has a lot of leverage, and they should push hard for historical designation, because without it, all we are doing is delaying the demolition. Because if you look at the history, Bob Katz liked it a lot, but then he died, and the person who took it over ignored it for many years. And then when Manny got it, he was literally minutes away from demolishing it. So now he's a little more enlightened about it and likes it, but what happens when he sells it? What's that developer gonna do? Or when that developer sells it again? So the only way to actually preserve it so it will be an historical building the last 200 or 300 years is with a historical designation. And it is the oldest house in Boynton, and it was owned for a period of time by the daughter of the founder of Boynton Beach, Major Boynton's daughter. So if this doesn't deserve an historic designation, what does? So just like to make those 2 points. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening, Barbara Reedy again. I just wanted to address what Board Chair Shelton said about how the Magnuson has languished. There's a reason why it's languished all this time. Every time they've tried to put a business in it, it's been an inappropriate usage of that building. It's a historic home. You can't put a commercial kitchen into a historic home. We believe that the usages that we proposed, our group, light food industry, where the food, is not being commercially prepared there. It's sandwiches, soup, ice cream cones, just someplace for mama and dad to walk down the street from the museum and get a snack for the kid and not leave with their wallet, without spending some more money. So the usage that we propose, I think, is better, because it's not as impactful to these historic homes. And by clustering them together, you create a place, a destination. And I mean, we have all kinds of ideas. We'd be happy to, provide a PowerPoint of some sort to give you a better concept of what the vision could be for that location. It could be a public gathering place. It could be, hey, meet me down at the historic hub. We'll have a naming contest. There's all kinds of different activities that we could do to engage the public in this project, because it's a feel-good project. It is. It's something that, right now, all of us, I think, could use a feel-good project. This is something that the public could gather at. So anyways, if you have questions, you know where I am.
Thank you. Next, please.
Kathy. My comment on this is a couple of things. I keep hearing, well, number one, the idea of the current owner of the house having this conceptual site plan to incorporate it on the north side of the property is just that. There's a lot that would have to be approved. There's nothing definite. They, They're in the midst of doing revised plans for that property. And it seems to me that what's happening here is, number one, the Magnuson House, the things like having to raise the house, the things that need to be done to fix it up, to make it useful for anybody, has to be done whether the Andrews house is moved to that lot or not. It still has to be done. And to destroy and lose, or potentially lose, 2 historical houses is outrageous to me. It's just outrageous. And it's in the city, you know, the plan has historical property. There's things that I read about this city, I'm sorry, I don't have it here, but anyway, the city, it's a C, there's some, I don't know. This city got some kind of recognition for historical preservation, and it seems like all of that has just been totally ignored for many years, and this is the time to do the right thing. Thank you.
Great. Public comment is now closed.
No one online?
No. Any of my colleagues like to discuss anything else before we move on?
Oh, actually, I take that back.
Oh, wait, there's someone online?
Yeah, Miss Holland just jumped
Flynn.
back on.
Flynn's back on.
Miss Holland, you're being recognized. You have 3 minutes. You can start when you're ready.
Thank you very much. My name is Flynn Holland, and I did send an email to all of you about the commitment that we've made to move the Andrews House. And I agree in the fact that the one thing that we didn't want to happen was we wanted to do a lot of work. We wanted to help the CRA or whoever takes the lead in protecting the Andrews House. And we have a lot of information that we've gathered as a consequence, but we're standing in line trying to figure out where do we go from here, because without some type of commitment, which we kind of felt that the CRA had given us at one of the last committee meetings, that we would move on. We don't have estimates. We can't go out and talk to people about fundraising. And when you say we just don't want to leave it empty, we don't want to leave it empty. I want to ask you a question. Do you know where the visitor center is in Boynton Beach? It's by downstairs below the library. There's a door that no one would ever even know that it's a visitor center. And how great it would be to have a historic building that would be a visitor center, would be a historical museum, would be a gift shop and a simple food place. We've had these ideas. We feel compelled that it would be, as they say, a feel-good project. And we just want somebody to make a commitment to go ahead and help us out. We keep feeling like we're just sitting in the dark thinking, well, 2 million to 4 million to do it. Well, no one really got those information. They just kind of keep telling us that these are the impediments to doing it. But we'd really like support and activity towards seeing if this is possible. So I do thank you for you listening, and happy birthday, Rebecca, because I won't be there to say it, and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, now public comment is officially closed. And we can move on to the new business. The next item for discussion and consideration is the letter of intent from Blue Mountain Coffee House, the CRA-owned property located at 211 East Ocean Avenue. Mr. Tack, do you have any? And this is technically the Magnuson House property. Okay.
Yes, it's the location at 211 East Ocean, Magnuson. Staff had received a final LOI back in April 7th. It is a developer known as the Blue Mountain Coffee House. They're looking to provide a luxury coffee shop serving gourmet breakfast and lunch sandwiches at the location. They have outlined their successful flagship location in downtown West Palm Beach, and a representative here is to present their LOI to you all for your consideration.
Yes, hi, thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. My name is Allison Borcher. I am the proud founder of Blue Mountain Coffee House, a luxury award-winning coffee brand rooted in heritage, quality, and community. I'm also here with my contractor, Mr. Chase Walton. Today, we're here with a heartfelt and serious intent to purchase and thoughtfully restore the historic Oscar Magnuson House, not only as a new home for a coffee house, but as a vibrant gathering place for the Boynton Beach community. At our current location in West Palm Beach, Blue Mountain Coffee House has become more than a cafe. It is a community staple, a place where families gather, where local businesses collaborate, and where culture is celebrated. We're highly engaged, highly regarded, and beloved by the residents we serve. Our vision is to bring that same spirit to Boynton Beach, to create a space that honors the historic character of the Magnuson House while introducing a sophisticated, welcoming experience. One that uplifts the neighborhood, attracts tourism, and builds community. Our offerings go beyond coffee. We host baby showers, business meetings, cultural events, youth baking classes, and much more. We provide employment opportunities, support local vendors, and give families a reason to come together. Our financials are strong, our funding is secured, and our team is prepared. This project preserves history, drives economic growth, and activates a landmark property with purpose. We humbly ask for your support and partnership, not just in approving this LOI, but in bringing a proven, community-focused brand to the heart of Boynton Beach. I'd like to present the PowerPoint presentation at this stage.
You can go ahead and, I believe, say next slide when you want to advance to the next one. You have the clicker? Okay.
Oh, I have to, okay. So as it says, Blue Mountain Coffee House is a luxury coffee brand sourced exclusively from our family estate in the renowned Blue Mountains of Jamaica. Blue Mountain Coffee House is SBE and DBE certified, seeking to purchase the Oscar Magnuson House with the goal to transform the space into a luxury coffee house. Vision and mission statement. Our vision is real coffee, one love, one world. Our mission is to preserve and palletize the authentic taste of coffee made with love for the world to enjoy. We are pre-qualified. We have a pre-qualification SBA budget of over $500,000. And we've decided to break it down. Property purchase would be approximately $200,000. Build out and improvement costs, $200,000. Interior costs, $100,000. And we hope for CRA and county funding. With the prices going up at this rate, we know that we will need a little bit more funding, but we are also prepared for that. Product description. Blue Mountain Coffee House serves exclusively 100% Jamaica Blue Mountain coffee. The coffee has zero bitterness, a smooth floral, nutty note, and is extremely low in its acidity. Globally, it is the rarest and most sought-after coffee. 90% of the coffee beans goes to Japan and 10% to the rest of the world. The Jamaica Blue Mountain coffee is internationally renowned as the world's best coffee. Imagine bringing that to Boynton Beach. Our service line, we are obviously with hot and cold beverages, coffee. We do have our alcohol license where we serve beer, wine, champagne. We do American and international breakfasts, pancakes, waffles, eggs Benedict, pastries, gift shops. We do have a gift shop where we will also have marmalades, chocolate, and souvenirs. We do sell the bags of coffee. Our coffee shop does not require a commercial kitchen. Our certifications thus far, we have the congressional record in 2022, a State of the Union, I was a State of the Union Guest of Honor in 2022. I was awarded Emerging Business of the Year 2023, finalist Small Business Person of the Year 2023, finalist Diversified Business of the Year 2023, Best Regional Coffee House of Florida 2023. Yahoo promoted us as tourist most preferred coffee spot. And in 2024, we got Best Coffee Brand Florida. We're also ACDBE, DBE, SBE, and Women Business Certified. Market research indicates that the demand for price-based coffee is decreasing, and there's an increase in demand for premium specialty coffee and tea. They also emphasize the atmosphere of coffee houses, that it plays a special role in attracting and retaining customers. The architectural and engineering is our next slide. Here, the destiny. Renovation of the historic Oscar Magnuson House, future home of Blue Mountain Coffee House. Is it moving now? Okay, there we go. Scope of work, we're currently looking for, in the zoning and compliance, a change of use approval from residential to restaurant required, and a minor site plan approval must be secured for the proposed modifications. Is anyone? Oh. We have also planned interior and functional upgrades. The first floor renovated to serve as customer area dedicated to coffee service, gift shop, and guest seating. The existing kitchen will be upgraded to accommodate breakfast and lunch preparation. The bathroom will be renovated for guest use, and a grease trap will be installed to comply with restaurant operation requirements. As we move forward, also scope of work, additional space. The rear one-story addition will be repurposed for storage and bathroom. The second floor will be designated for office use and additional storage space. This renovation project will preserve the historical integrity of the Oscar Magnuson House. That's a site plan. Would you like to say anything? Basically, the site plan shows the layout, how we would like to make certain changes with the entrance, a beautiful entrance going towards as you enter the foyer, we would have towards the left, the gift shop. To the right, you have seating. In the center, there will be the counter for the coffee counter. And to the side, to the east, that's where we plan on having an adjustment, adding that patio for additional seating. We'd like to also use the external in the garden area for additional seating because we think Florida is so beautiful, and I'm sure everyone will be out there sipping a cup of coffee in this wonderful weather. And basically, the slides go on to show the color scheme. It's a dark blue with white trimmings, beautiful lanterns that will be used to really capture that beautification that the city would really benefit from. I also have two renders that shows how the interior design how we will look inside. It's really beautiful, a sophisticated look. Wooded floors, we want to preserve that as well. Very comfy, very airy, just giving customers that unique sense of belonging and comfort. That's really what we would like to accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from my colleagues?
Yeah.
Yes.
Go for it. Go
You had
for
your
it.
hand up first.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Sounds really good. You heard the discussion about the Andrews House that was just discussed. What is the impact to your project if that house is also put on that lot?
I mean, we'd have to see the site plan for where you want to propose to put the house. I know you guys talked about moving it 10 feet over and then placing the house next to it. That would impact us with the seating on the, right side, but we can always flip seating. I don't think it will have too much of an impact.
And I
Okay,
think it's
well,
very interesting, actually, if I may say something. We're very open to working with the ideas. I think priority is to really add value and preserve the history of Boynton Beach. And if that is what is requested, we'll definitely work with the committee.
Board Member Turkin.
Are you good?
I'll go after you.
For right now.
Thank you for offering, thank you for wanting to invest in Boynton. I don't think this should be on the agenda because I think there's a lot of unknowns with what we want to do on the Andrews House. And I really admire you bringing the contractor here. Thank you so much for sitting through this long meeting. But I think I don't know, maybe I'll point out the elephant in the room. We have no idea yet. I know what the consensus is from the board of the Save Andrews House. We still have things to figure out before we even entertain an outside entity, let alone sell you guys the property for $200,000, which is completely, as a business, I can't even go for that. Then you want grant money. I can't do that. I admire your interest. I admire you wanting to expand. The time is not right now for this discussion, and I don't know why this was on the agenda, and I don't know if that was communicated to you, how convoluted this issue is, because the community deeply wants, to see both of these houses succeed, and it seems like both those houses would be on this site. So for me, I can't even have this conversation now until we figure out what we want to do later. But so the purchase price, wanting the grant money, I wouldn't even look at it again. And that's just me being transparent. And, I'm sorry that, if that wasn't communicated to you, and that you brought this forward. So, I'll reserve the rest of my questions and comments offline.
I agree. I agree with Board Member Turkin, and I think that, we're trying to salvage this property, and there's many people in this room that know the history of that Magnuson house, and this is just not doable on that property, especially selling it for $200,000 when right now, what is it? What's the estimated appraisal on that? $1 million? Easy? With just the land?
Very difficult to determine, but we purchased it for $850,000.
Yeah, we purchased it for $850,000 years ago. It's been sitting here, and it's been established that none of these type of businesses would work. And I don't understand why it's on the agenda, and I apologize for you putting in these, creating these renderings and doing this thing, but it's, in my opinion, it's not an appropriate fit at all, and then it doesn't make dollars, and it doesn't make sense.
All right.
Please.
Thank you for presenting. Same with the board, we have a lot of questions still, and this is not a time to make those determinations. However, the reason why this is on the agenda is because this was submitted as a public record, and it has to be presented to us. Any staff member does not have the authority to decide how the board wants to move forward unless they present it on an agenda. So I don't want to attack staff and say why is it on the agenda? And let's just be a little kind and say it's their job to present what was submitted as a public record, but it's also our job to say, it's not the right time for us, and it's a board determination. It's not, the staff can't decide that.
I think the communication should be, though, that, any other scenario, get it. If there's a lot behind this, I think everyone can agree. And so I think it's not fair to them, and maybe that was communicated, and you guys said, whatever, fine. I don't know. If that was not communicated, that's my issue, because this is a very convoluted property with another house potentially moving over there, and so I just don't want to waste time,
And I'm sure you understand what we're saying. We purchased that for around $800,000 or so. okay? And we don't know what the numbers are yet. And that's why we, as you listened and heard, we asked them to run with it and bring us back some numbers so that we can make an intelligent decision on which way we're gonna go. So I think it's just a bit premature, but don't lose sight of the project. Just stay abreast on what's going on, okay?
I will.
And you never know.
Yeah,
And if it's $1 million, then we probably have to come up with $1 million.
well, and Chair, I thank you, Allison, and your GC for coming. This home was previously on a previous board had done a similar purchase and develop agreement. And, thankfully, I mean, I never discourage anyone from trying to open a business, but, thankfully that didn't go through and we didn't lose this home, because I think out of all of this, we have learned that this home and any other historic homes, we want to stay as in Boynton and as CRA property. And so I struggle with selling a home that then we lose control of preservation and designations, because one of the conditions typically in a purchase and development agreement when it comes to historic homes or homes that have not been deemed historic yet is that if the purchaser or the owner deems that it's not renovatable or it's going to cost too much, then they can just tear it down. And so I struggle with even giving you hope that we would be willing to sell it. As long as I am on this board, my position would be that I would not be in favor of selling a historic property, especially when we are currently going through all of these plans to renovate it so that it is usable. So that's my position on it. As Board Member Cruz stated, these LOIs have to come before us as part of normal course. And so I appreciate you coming. I know that you have been in communication with staff, and I know that it's been a long process to get to the point where you had a final LOI to present to us. And, I wish you luck. And if we have lots of available properties in the city. I know you were looking for a specific niche, but we have a lot of other opportunities too. So don't necessarily count out Boynton Beach, but this is a home that I don't foresee us, at least me, being in a position to sell it anytime soon. But those are my comments. So thank you.
And I have a question. If you're not willing to sell, you're thinking of renovating it to that it's usable, would you also entertain the idea of having a coffee shop in the building when it's renovated?
That's something that I think the board is open to, the public is open to, but I think we are so far away from considering that at this time. But stay in touch, keep in touch with staff. Our staff is always in touch with potential tenants, and that's something that is a possibility based on the conversations we've had with the Andrews board and staff. So it's that's not off of the table. I don't know what we have a lot to do first. So thank you
so much.
Okay.
Respectfully, Board Chair, I apologize. You have a specific policy regarding LOIs, so if I may provide some procedural direction. Thank you. One of those things is that we are required as staff and legal to bring before the board any LOIs that are submitted. If you would like to suspend that moving forward for this property, we can do that. I would need a motion to suspend that policy in relation to this property, if the board would like to do that. Also, under the policy, you do have to make an election as to whether to move forward or not, so you're also required to take public comment on this item. And I can provide copies of this policy later to the board members.
Yeah, I'd like to, I'm okay with removing that policy for this specific item.
Okay, would you?
I'll entertain the motion. So do you need a motion to deny this?
So perhaps you
first?
could take public comment on both the project presented and this concept at the same time, and then we could go from there.
Okay, fine. Public comment?
Oh, public comment, go for it. Right. I don't like the idea of removing it because you don't know if something
Tom
else is going to
Warnke,
come along.
it's so cold in here. I would love a cup of good, hot Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee.
On my bed.
I've never shivered so much in a public meeting. And they had a good pitch. They should be in line as a possible tenant. I mean, they might be able to do a great job. That's all.
Okay, is that it?
Anyone else?
Anyone else? Public comment closed.
Okay.
Okay, so now if you would like to, Board Chair, at your discretion, entertain a motion to suspend this policy in relation to this, to suspend the LOI policy in relation to this property moving forward, you could entertain that motion.
So move.
Should we do it for both houses, the Andrews and the Magnuson?
Well, we don't
own the
we don't
Andrews
own the
house.
Andrews.
We can't do
Sorry,
anything.
geez.
Gotta know your stuff.
Okay, so do we have a second?
Second.
That's second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you for that direction. I also do need you to make a motion as to whether to,
Motion to reject the terms and conditions and take no further action. Thank you.
We have a motion. We have a first motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Okay. Now, moving on to the next item for discussion. And again, I think this is a pretty big discussion that I still have a lot of questions on. Is the consideration and purchase of the inn at Boynton Beach.
Oh, we gotta talk about
Oh, no,
dates.
we're at
Wait,
the-
did I skip something?
Yep.
Yeah.
June and July meeting dates.
Oh, June and July.
This one should be an
meeting
easy one. I
dates. Yeah,
thought you
this
were
should be an
setting up.
easy one. That's right. Okay, I see it. Yep. Okay. Let's get our calendars out.
All right, so this item is being brought before you for your consideration. The city commission decided in your capacity to take a legislative break. The June 17th and July 1st meeting were canceled. The CRA meetings that potentially could be in conflict are June 10th as well as July 8th. So we just wanted to see a review of that to see if that impacts those meetings as well.
I'm okay to keep June 10th.
Yeah, June 10th is good.
You know, I think
Won't
there's
be
some
here.
business we have to do, you know, specifically the Andrews house.
I won't be here, but that's fine. You guys
Well,
can continue without me.
I'll
What's the date?
advocate.
Yeah, so I'm keeping the
I'm
June
fine with that.
10th. And I don't have a problem keeping the 8th because
Right.
it's already after our 4th of July break that we're going to be done.
The only
with.
thing that I ask you,
Budget, do we have tentative budget meetings then?
you do. You
Okay.
have the one on the 7th, I believe, and the 9th and the 10th in the city commission. But I will say this, we will have our agenda prep as well as publication of these, of the July meetings the week before, which if you have 4th of July plans or whatever the purpose of the legislative break is, I just want to make sure that that makes it very complicated to arrange that with you all.
Can we talk about this in the June 10th meeting, since we're all okay to have the CRA meeting about
Absolutely.
July?
Okay.
Yeah.
Agree. Okay, now we're moving
Board Chair, I
on.
apologize. You do need public comment on this
Oh,
item. It's
public
adopted by the
comment on if we
board.
want to change our
You know
meetings
what,
or not.
Catherine, we're just gonna do it on every item.
Why? It's a
Perhaps
discussion item.
moving
I
forward,
thought
we
it's
can,
just
we
if
can put
we're
it on
not
the agenda.
voting on it, but okay.
All right, right.
I'll get it down, okay. All right, that one's off, okay. All right, now, this is the one that I think is really in-depth, and I have so many questions that I don't think are gonna be able to be answered tonight. The next item for discussion and consideration is the purchase of the inn at Boynton Beach located at 480 West Boynton Beach Boulevard. Mr. Tack, if you wanna talk to about this item.
All right, so the CRA has long acknowledged that the inn at Boynton, located at 480 West Boynton Beach Boulevard, is an important component, possibly in the future redevelopment of the Boynton Beach Boulevard District. It is envisioned to serve as a welcoming and beautiful entry into the downtown district per our CRA plan. The area serves as a main entry point into the city's downtown from I-95 along West Boynton Beach Boulevard, and is the first impression that you get coming into our city. One of the challenges with anything within what we do here at the CRA, and is identified in our plan, is a lack of large parcels ready for redevelopment. This is a 2.11 acre site. It is one of the largest parcels of property available on the redevelopment west of Seacrest Boulevard. The property is commercially zoned C3. The future land use would be mixed use low, allowing 20 units per acre. with a maximum height of 45 foot. This property could be considered for a variety of redevelopment purposes. The key terms are as follows. The purchase price is, that's been asked is $9.1 million with a deposit of $250,000, due diligence 15 days from the effective date of purchase and sale, and a closing date 45 days from the effective purchase and sale agreement. And the property would be delivered unoccupied. CRA staff did get an appraisal by Anderson Carr using the sales comparison approach, which valued the property at $8.5 million. In 2023, the owner also performed a sales comparison appraisal on the property for the purposes of eminent domain with the Florida Department of Transportation, which ultimately they lost about, say, 18 or 20 spaces as a part of their site to basically widen out the I-95 interchange. This item is before you for discussion and consideration, and a representative for the owner is here to talk about any questions that you may have.
Good evening, Board. My name is Siraj. I am the broker representing ownership on this property. Happy to welcome any questions, or if you'd like, I can walk through a little bit about the transaction so far.
I mean, for me, at this price point, again, I think the market's on a downturn. You know, I'm not against looking at this property. We got the homing in done, right? We got rid of the homing in. Boynton is the next dilapidated property, you know, and I'm not opposed to looking at this as it sits today. I think it was at 9.1 million. You know, I think that's too high. You know, obviously you could go to market, you know, you could, I don't think you'll get it. And I think that, you know, there's more due diligence I need to do about this property because it's got a history, as you know, being the broker. And so I could not make a decision on this today. However, I wouldn't be opposed to, you know, if you're willing, extending, you know, allowing us to do some more due diligence, you know, and maybe that's Tim negotiating price, you know, whatever that looks like, but I'm not comfortable making a decision today on this.
I feel the same way. I also think that the appraised value is less than 9 for sure right now in this market. You know, this is a problem property. We've been dealing with it forever. And, you know, if code really were to come down and start doing compliance on this and holding the current owner accountable, I think there'd be a lot more problems and maybe they'd be willing to sell at a more reasonable price. But I know many developers that have been trying to buy this property for years, and 9 million is just not going to work. And I think we can't make that decision until we know what we're actually going to put there. And I think it's great to acquire the property at a right price. But again, long-term plan, not just buying the properties and saying, well, we'll put this in there. That can't happen at the moment. Go.
I agree with the board chair.
Sir.
I would say that, first of all, it is an eyesore. I see the homeless there, and they've made a housing project out of those sea grape tree there. But I think that is going to go away when DOT or FDOT, somebody's going to widen that ramp from 1 lane to 2 lanes. So part of those sea grape trees will go away. But I look at this as an opportunity, and maybe there's some other looks we need to take at the figures, but to have a hotel, you know, let's just think out of the box for a minute. And if we were to purchase this at a reasonable cost and bulldoze it down and build up another beautiful spot, a hotel right there on I-95 would be, it would take care of itself in terms of occupancy. If you travel I-95 north, you're going to have to go a long way before you can find a hotel that's close to I-95 as this hotel would be. I can think of a lot of positives. Even if you go south, the same thing. So I'm looking at a new hotel, I'm looking at maybe a grocery, if we purchase the rest of that property, or some mixed use. There's a lot of potential that would enhance Boynton Beach. And the fact that most exits when you get off of I-95 are commercialized. And I think this would be an opportunity for us to take a good look at it and not just brush it off too quickly, but to consider it, because it's a good location, and I can see great things happening at this location, especially with all the growth that we got going on in Boynton Beach now. This could fit in the master plan as far as I'm concerned. So I think it's worth asking some more questions down the road, looking at some things, but not to make a decision tonight.
Agree.
Chair, if I may. Yeah, this is one of those torn on, because, my conversation with Tim was, I can't stomach the idea of paying $8.5 or even $9 million for an entryway concrete sign without a vision or an idea of what, what this could be. One of the reasons there's not hotels along I-95 is because of the noise in I-95, and I think that it's difficult to have a hotel right on I-95. And so that's one of my struggles, because we would be purchasing it because it is slum and Blythe, and to tear it down, and it seems cost prohibitive for it to be just that purpose. So that's my struggle, because they're being appraised as being a hotel that's usable, and not just for the sake of tearing it down and land banking it for something else, or a concrete entryway sign, or whatever we decide to do. So I'm happy for staff to continue the conversation. That's my struggle with it, because we would just be paying in order to tear it down. We're not going to get in the hotel business. So we're not buying it to have a hotel. We would be buying it to tear it down, and to hang on to it until somebody came up with a grandiose idea. So that's my struggle, because it's, maybe some hotel developer or somebody else would come in and swoop in with $9 million, and there would be a project out of it. I can't stomach paying even what was appraised, because that's based on a livable, usable hotel, for us to tear it down and land bank it. So those are my struggles. It is something that needs change. You know my background, where I come from, and this has been a problem property in the city for a very long time, and it's a shame that it has continued to do this. But it is what it is. And so those are my thoughts on it. I'm not taking it off the table. I'll consider anything that comes back before us, but those are my thoughts on this. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. If it's a hotel that's operating to full capacity without having the drug overdoses and the issues that are coming out of there in 2.6 stars. If it was a better hotel, it would be worth it. But at this moment, it's not. I wish I could have a 2.6 star business and sell it for $9 million.
Yeah, and let me remind everyone, with the town square plan, we have a designated hotel site, and if this was gonna be successful, it would be, right? If a hotel would work well there, a nice hotel, a boutique hotel would work there, it would work. But it's not working. This has changed. There's no dig at you guys. I know you guys are new property owners on this, but this has been a reoccurring issue. Economically, if I wanted to build a hotel, what are we going to get there? You're going to get Red Roof Inn. You're going to get Days Inn, Comfort Inn. No, we don't want that. We don't want that. We know what a hotel does right there. It gets you 2.6 stars. It becomes a chronic nuisance. In the city, and we've done well with the homing in. I'm excited to see what that's going to look like. I do agree with Commissioner Hay that You know, there needs to be a hotel in the east side, right? And that's part of our CRA plan. That's part of our strategic plan. You know, I just don't think anything would be successful there. And, you know, also too, that's right behind that's my neighborhood, single-family homes. I don't want a bunch of apartments, you know, things like that, you know? And so I'm not against acquiring this land, but not for as it is now. Because, you know, if we do take ownership, you know, we can identify what we want to do there. So I like that selfishly because I don't want a live local project or anything. I know I'm hurrying up, Commissioner Chris. I'm hurrying up. And so I don't want to, you know, live local. So I do like the idea of the city getting ownership of that, just not for the price.
One question, is that 8.5, 9 million with the hotel on it? Are you saying that's what the land is valued at without the hotel?
It was appraised as is, so.
Yeah, so the building's worth
May I
nothing.
pitch in on something, board? My name is Mr. Azrani, and I'm the owner. We are not here to sell you the hotel. We are here because there was interest on part of the CRA board to acquire it. They had it appraised, and it was appraised for $8.5 million as a hotel. The highest and the best use at the moment is of something you don't want, Commissioner, and that is multi-family housing. And if you have it appraised for that price, I guarantee the price will be much higher. However, as I said, we are not here to sell the hotel. We will be applying if you have no interest in the hotel. Personally, my wife and I are too old to be doing this kind of stuff, so I thought this was a good opportunity for us to say goodbye to it because, you know, of our age. However, the highest and the best use of that hotel is that of a multi-family housing. We can build 80 units per acre. It only has 100 units at the moment on 2.1 acres. So if you wish to carry out any further discussion as to the price, which seems to be a big issue, obviously it has to sell for an appraised value.
How long have you owned it?
I beg your pardon?
How long have you owned it?
I have owned it for 12 years, and unfortunately, I fell on tough times with the tenants.
I'm sure,
They
yeah.
had an option to buy it. They didn't exercise the option and ran the hotel down. Now, what is my choice at this time? I took over the property in the month of February, as I told Mr. Tack, correct? So having taken over the property just 3 months ago, I have two choices. Number one, to renovate the property myself.
Right.
I can't do it.
No.
Number two is to go in for multifamily housing under the Live Local Act, which you are all very familiar with, get zoning approval for that.
With a partner.
Well, I believe from my lawyer that, you know, this is done administratively. In other words, they don't have to have you don't have to have public hearings and all that kind of stuff. This is state law. So those are my two choices. I'm prepared to sell it at a reasonable price. We are not here to peddle it to you. An opportunity just came, and I said, let's take that. That's the easiest route for us to take.
And I take it you've exhausted all of your avenues trying to sell it on the regular market?
Of course, we're going to do that.
And why did those deals fall through?
I beg your pardon?
Why did those deals fall through with some of the potential developers?
We're actively marketing it right now as we speak. So
No deal has fallen through.
Yeah, I mean, I know there was a couple other ones over the years that have tried to acquire that property. and
You
walked.
will have a whole bunch of people on a daily basis coming, and they're going to come to you to see what can be done to it. We know that.
Okay.
However, it was just something that just came up. So if you folks have no interest in it, we'll move on. If you do, we are prepared to sell it at a fair price.
I think I need a little more time on it. It's not that I'm adverse to the whole thing. I just think, one, I definitely would like to tour the property and see the
Not the
structure
price.
of the building. And, you know, I am in real estate as well. I am a broker. I'd like to definitely run some numbers on my own side and
You come
potentials.
to us then.
I
do that.
Yeah, and before I was ever in office, I do know some developers that did try to do business with you, and it kept failing, so.
In any case, if you if you as a board decide that you could make use of the property, whether you tear it down, the land itself is worth $4 million. So what are we getting for 100 rooms? Do you have any idea what it costs to build one hotel room nowadays? $160,000.
I think a full inspection would need to be done to see if the
Yeah,
building, how
they-
salvageable that building really is and how old the roof is and can it be insured and is there mold?
It needs work.
Yeah, I'm
There's
sure.
no question. Yeah? Any building that age needs work. It needs work. So guess what? We don't have to run it as a hotel.
Right.
It needs work. We put it where it has the highest and the best use. And that's all I can tell you. I told you what my options are. And it's up to you. If you want to pursue it, you can vote for that. If you don't wish to pursue it, we'll move on.
Thank you for your time. Thank you
You're
so
welcome.
much.
Thank you. Okay, moving on, the next item for discussion and consideration is the request for
I think there
funding.
needs to be action.
Oh, does there need to be an action?
Yeah.
Or direction or consensus. Would you like for staff to continue exploring this
Yes.
option?
Yeah, I would
Yes.
like to continue exploring and continue negotiations.
Yes, me too. I
Okay.
would like to know the value of the structure too, and the condition of the structure.
Okay, so maybe if,
You want a motion?
to authorize the executive director
Yep.
to enter into contracts and take the actions necessary to perform these types of inspections and come back with a full packet of information.
Can I say move?
Yeah,
So
that's
move?
great.
Yeah,
So move.
So move. Second, motion,
A
whatever.
motion has been made. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Do we want to do roll call? What are we doing here? I'm tired.
No, you're fine, but if there's any public comment.
Public comment?
No public comment. Okay.
Nope, we're good.
Now, the next item for discussion is the discussion and consideration of a request for funding for the City View Apartments located at southwest corner of Federal Highway and Southeast Fifth. Mr. Tack, can you please present this item?
The due to the late hour, I'm gonna let the presenter go through and present the item. Mr. Francisco Rojo and
Is there
his
any way
partner.
you want to give a recap of it
Sure,
first?
I mean, if you want. So the CRA received a funding request from Landmark
What
Developers.
is that funding request?
Again?
How much is that funding request?
There's two different.
Well, they have two different scenarios based upon the different levels of financing that they're looking at. But right now, they are providing senior affordable housing to the tune of 90 units. It's located across from Pence Park by Fifth Avenue and Federal Highway, if you could pull the location map up right there. And they are looking for participation from the CRA as the funding for a commitment to serve as the local participation. So, Mr. Francisco, if you would like to.
Good evening. We're going to be quick. I know it's late. So, do we have the control of it? Let me borrow that. Okay, and my name is Francisco Rojo. I'm here with Justin Gilbert, both with Landmark. We have been working on this property for a few months. Our vision for the property is, as it was said, is on Fifth Avenue and Federal, is for a seniors development. The property is about 5 blocks north of the Boynton Beach Senior Center. It's right next to Pence Park. We have, before coming here tonight, we have applied for funding, for senior housing funding from the state of Florida last year under 2 different programs. Both programs involve housing tax credits. Our company, before we get to this, I just want to talk a little bit about us so that you know we've done about 4,800 units of housing in cost in excess of $840 million. In Palm Beach County, our company has developed probably four or five developments. Of those, 3 to 4 have been elderly developments. So we work both in the elderly arena and the non-elderly arena. Here, our vision is to do elderly housing. These are some photographs of some of the developments we have done. This is in Palm Beach County. We'll work together on this development with the West Palm Beach Housing Authority, and they're working with us on this development. This is also another development in Palm Beach County. These are all developments that are financed with very much a similar programs that what we're looking at doing here. And this is a property we just finished, and it's in Palm Beach County. It's on North Congress between the airport and Okeechobee. This is a 106-unit elderly housing development, the one that you're looking at on the screen. And this is a property that we just finished, and this one is in Dania Beach. We just did a ribbon cutting on it today. We just finished this development 2 months ago. And it's right next to the City Hall of Dania Beach. This is another development. I don't want to bore you with all this stuff. So what is a common factor of these developments that we work on? A common factor, I would say, is they usually start with assistance from the local government. When we go to the state of Florida and ask for funding, which is very competitive, or Palm Beach County, in this instance, in this project that we're looking at applying for funding both to Palm Beach County and or the state of Florida. Either funding source, sometimes they're combined, sometimes they work separately. What's the common factor? It starts locally. The development that we just came from today that we did a ribbon cutting started with the city of Dania Beach they provided funding for that development, okay? When you go to the county or the state, that's what they're looking for. One thing that's going on right now that's an opportunity, I've talked to staff a little bit about that, is Palm Beach County currently has they did a referendum and they got an approval from the voters for $200 million of funding for affordable housing, affordable and workforce housing. So a large part of the reason we're here today is because there's an opportunity, if this is of interest to you all, there's an opportunity to tap into the $200 million that Palm Beach County has available. They've already allocated some of that $200 million. Some of it was allocated last year in '24. So they have an application that's going to be issued. The parameters of that application were approved by the county commission 2 weeks ago, or a week ago, actually. It was a meeting last week. And there's going to be an RFP, and the RFP is going to be issued in June. Responses are going to be due by July, okay? So they will likely make decisions on that funding around October or so, okay? Developments that they fund under that round are developments that they will want to start probably sometimes towards the end of 26, beginning of 27. So the timing is very good with regards to this, okay? And I put great emphasis on the Palm Beach County funding, and we work with local and state funding. When we apply to Palm Beach County funding, we are asking there's a limited number of projects because they're all from Palm Beach County, and there's only so much land and so much activity, and there's a targeted amount of funding that is dedicated only to Palm Beach County. And I want to emphasize that because when we go to the state of Florida, it's a different world. It's a very large ocean, and there's a very large universe of folks who are coming to apply for funding to the state, okay? It is very unusual to have a county that has a $200 million bucket that they want to fill. I believe that's going to be here for a very limited amount of time, okay? I believe it's going to be here for a limited amount of time. So I want to that's a point that I want to make for you all. This development is planned to be, it's a 6-story building. Let me get to it here again. So it's a 6-story building. The frontage on Federal would have a commercial type of activity, and it's ground level parking. The second level of the building would have amenities for the elderly residents, and then there would be 90 units of housing that start on the second floor and they go on up. As you can see from the image here, the building sets back after the second floor. We have submitted this plan in connection with the applications, and I want to highlight when I mentioned about the dedicated funding from Palm Beach County, we already have sort of tire tracks on our back that last year we applied to the state for funding for 2 different programs, and we weren't awarded. What were some of the things that happened? First of all, we didn't have money from the local government. I want to really, really emphasize that point, okay? So a common factor with developments that we have gotten done is we have local assistance. So if you go to the state of Florida and you don't have money from your local government, you already have a couple of check marks against you, okay? So, but by the way, that will also apply if you're applying for Palm Beach County funding. Palm Beach County is going to say, what's your city or your CRA doing for you, okay? When we applied for funding last year, we went through a conceptual site plan review with city staff. They gave us a good number of comments. What you have here represents a response to their comments, and we provided this to the city, and the city staff said, look, your next step is to come in with a formal site plan application, and we understand the process is lengthy and very thorough. We're aware of that. And really, one common factor that I see in when items are taken here is, and you're dealing with the TIF monies and the like, I see that a lot of these developments have gone through a very thorough process already of site plan review. Our process in our business works differently. We know we have a pretty good sense of what it's going to cost to deliver these projects. Our issue is, if you said to me, hey, go do your site plan and get it done over the next 6 to 8 months or year, and then go get the money, and then we'll let you know if we're going to provide you some assistance, we're not able to do that. In our business, it doesn't work that way. And I understand we're here tonight to get feedback from you all to see if this is something that you think that we should entertain, okay? So the way our business works a little bit is we have a pretty good sense of what the cost of the project is going to be, and what is it that we do that is special? And that's what I want to take us to. And I don't know if you were able to read it. As I get older, I have to look more close in. So what is special here is that we are providing units for elderly folks that nobody in the market can provide. So when you have folks that are doing projects and they're getting TIF money, generally speaking, other than workforce units and the like, generally speaking, they're renting unit at market prices with some reductions. What we're doing is, and if you were looking at the screen on either scenario, the slightly different details, but when you get to the more expensive units, these are units that are renting for less than half of market rents. And still, when you look at these numbers, these are maximum numbers. We work together with housing authorities like the West Palm Beach Housing Authority, who is our partner on this project. They provide rental assistance to the elderly folks. What does that mean? What that means is when you see a unit here and you see an apartment with an $1,100 rent, most likely the elderly household that looks at it, they can't pay $1,100. They're going to be able to pay $500. They're going to be able to pay $300. And the housing authority, together with us, they will provide a rental assistance so that that person who can pay 30% of their income, okay, then they can provide the rest of the assistance to get to the rent number, okay? That's very unusual, extremely unusual, okay? So, and what happens at the end of the day? At the end of the day is when we build one of these projects, as you can see in the photographs you saw, these are very attractive communities. The cost for us to build the housing, it's the same cost as somebody else, roughly the same cost. Yes, we don't have a rooftop pool, or we don't have this and the other thing, but generally the cost is the same, okay? So the issue is our rents still, as I mentioned, they're less than half of the market rents, okay? The CRA Chair Board, you mentioned what's their ask and get us to the bottom line, okay? And if you believe I'm going too fast, and slow me down, but I know it's late. So we have 2 scenarios, and this in our business is very normal that this happens. I asked Tim at the time, Tim, you know our business, you know, we're looking for funding from the state or from local, and that changes our or paradigm how things work. So we have two scenarios. Scenario one is generally involves county funding of a significant amount combined with 4% housing credits that are from the state of Florida, which are not competitive, but the county funding is competitive, okay? Under that scenario, the assistance that we estimate we would need is $4,350,000. And I know these are very large numbers, okay? The second scenario is a scenario in which the county assistance is much lower. We obtain 9% housing credits, which are extremely competitive, and the assistance that we would need from the CRA would be $2.4 million. Okay? Now, if you were to say, we're not going to tell you anything tonight, we're going to think about it, and you come back and you were to say, we want to help you in some regard, but you know what? We're never going to go above 2.4. And I'm making up that number. I'm having this conversation because I want you all to, I want to pass the message that there is an application that the county is going to have. And I would hate, and I would really hate to go to the county empty-handed. And the only issue, the problem we have, and it's, you know, honestly, we've talked to staff and we're having elections and we didn't feel like, you know, this item is a very important item, and the timing seemed to not work a little earlier, okay? But what I wanted to mention is I'd hate to go to the county empty-handed. I really would, because we've already gone to the state empty-handed last year. We know what happened. And if you were to decide, I see your two scenarios and that's great, here's the most we're going to help you with this development, we're still going to pursue both scenarios, okay? So I don't want to turn you off to say, yo, these folks want to get county money and they got $4.35 million and they can go pound sand, okay? We're asking, we're sharing with you our numbers, and we have given Tim a binder that's this thick, okay? And, you know, with a lot of detail, and we didn't want to bore you with that tonight. What Tim mentioned is, look, Francisco, I need to talk to the board. You need to make a presentation, and we need to get direction as to whether we should be spending time on this, okay? And I would encourage you, if you think this has merit, I'd encourage you to come back to encourage a conversation and then allow us to think about putting us forward at a meeting that allows us to go to the county with something in hand. I do want to let you know, to be clear, as I mentioned, my understanding is when you bring other developments, they've gone through a very detailed process. They have, and in talking with Tim, he's extremely thorough. And I've tried to lower the expectations in the sense that, you know, if you were to say, you've got to go get your site plan approved, go get that done, come talk to us in a year, this project isn't taking place. It won't take place. That's just not how our business works, okay? So I do want to kind of let you know about that, because that's something that I think is real. One thing I want to also just, that I think this is helpful, one of the things we've done is we've looked into what the CRA and or the city together have done, okay? And in this slide, you know, you have assisted a development that is of a similar type than this development is Wells Landing, and we looked at the assistance, the level of assistance and the like, and that project got done with 9% credits. Those numbers of assistance that we have there are very similar to the numbers that we have for 9% credits, okay? That's that extremely competitive program. Okay, so what happens is, but if you were to ask me, where do you see this most likely taking place? At the state, it's a large ocean, a very large group of competitors. At the county, it's a smaller area, and now they have particularly large amount of funding. It's compelling, and I think that's part of the reason why we wanted to be before you, before this county RFP was coming out. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Chair, thank you. Thank you, Francisco. Ever since Live Local, I've been very hesitant on city CRA sponsoring more workforce affordable housing. However, I think with this is something very unique that not many municipalities are doing. And this is the most, if not, one of our most vulnerable communities, right? I think about my parents, I think about my aunt and uncle, they're aging, and, what if they didn't have kids, to assist them? They'd be stuck in a nursing home, you know what I mean, or something like that. And so, this presentation, to be able to provide a product, to be able to be a partner, to solve such a complex problem, not just with housing affordability, but HOA increasements, insurance, right, market, this is something that I think would be amazing to start. And I'm ready to make a decision, tonight. And if it doesn't need to be tonight, fine, but I want to see something like this happen, because I think there's a huge demand for, I think the state, the county, us, I think we've overlooked, not by design or by intention, how vulnerable our senior community is, and how, we focus on workforce housing, working class. When you're 30, 33, 40 years old, you can work. You can get up, put your boots on, for the most part, and make something happen. When you're 75, 80 years old and you don't have kids to rely on, I think it's very hard. And the last thing I want to do is miss an opportunity where, I could help, and the city could help, the CRA could help someone's parents. Maybe that daughter, maybe that son passed too soon, right? And so, I'd like to see more units, and I know you can do what you can do, but that you'll never hear me say that again, right? This is the one time where, I think this is something unique and amazing, and you've done it before, and whatever I can do to make this happen, I hope this has unanimous consent, because this is a dire need, not just in our city, but throughout the state as a whole. Florida's the retirement capital of the world, and I think just selfishly in District 3 we have so many people, in Sterling Village, Leisureville too, Seagate, Snug Harbor, a lot of seniors getting priced out of their homes with nowhere to go, right? And maybe they get to go back with their sons or daughters and nephews. Maybe they don't. Maybe they don't have anybody, right? Maybe it's a single woman or single man that has no one to turn to, and this is an option, huh?
Maybe they don't want to leave Boynton.
Or they don't live in Boynton. Yes, same. Well, I will say local preference big on me. I know you can only do so much with that, but there is a lot. I've talked to constituents that are getting priced out. Yes. And so if we can provide a solution to that, this is it. This is something we can do. And from my understanding, we would do this loan, right? And then we would be protected, Catherine, if you guys were denied.
Yeah, and to be clear, I forgot.
I just want to make sure we have protections. And
yes, and let me just say, I didn't say one thing, Justin, remind me. So this is different in the sense that we're asking for dollars to help build the project. So I understand the TIF mechanism is not really something that applies here, okay? To be clear, I didn't say that, it's getting to, now as we get granular, these are dollars to build the project, but in dealing with the protection aspect, yes. So number one, what we're here to say is, when I show you the scenario and I say, here's the budget and here's the project, the funding we gotta get from these various sources, all the sources close at the same time. Okay, so we're not asking money from the CRA to help buy the land or to do something along the way before. No, we got to get our building permits. You would fund like the bank would in the same manner. Okay, but it would be dollars to build the project. Okay, and they would stay long term for the project. Okay. All right. So did that answer the question?
Would you like for me to weigh in?
Yes.
Okay, so.
Not that I don't trust you.
No, so there is no document before you all, so I can't set forth the terms of any agreement that doesn't yet exist. If it's the will of the board tonight, we can take direction and go look at this. What would be helpful is typically this board operates on a reimbursement basis rather than a cash upfront basis. So if that's something, if you'd like to, for us to explore all options, we would take that note as part of this. And what we would come back to you with would probably look like a series of options. This is different than what the CRA has done in the past, which means that we don't have a template to provide you with and sketch out the terms, but we would be happy to bring something back for your consideration if that's the board's will.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'd like to explore it.
Yes.
With
I took care of
MLK?
2 senior parents, so I think this is an absolute must. And if they didn't have me, they would not have been able to put a roof over their head. So I wish this opportunity would have been around in Boynton when I was taking care of my dad. He would have liked to have lived alone, and that just wasn't an option.
With the MLK project, we had a development agreement in place in which, as the project was being constructed, we reimbursed based upon them providing the evidence that those improvements had been done. And I think that was an opportunity here, maybe that you were looking at as well, as opposed to a 0% interest loan, which has been basically proposed as a part of this. I think that would be part of the avenues in which Catherine was talking about that we've operated before. I think what he may need is whatever the amount is, or whatever we could agree to, would be in the form of a commitment letter.
Correct, and it can have contingencies like getting your funding sources that provide the remaining funds that bring the project, that fill the project budget so that it comes to pass, the project, and these projects are underwritten by third-party underwriters, it's quite detailed. But yeah, it's totally acceptable to have a commitment that is conditional, on the remaining funding sources to be committed to the project. That is fine. Okay. What happens, as I mentioned, we always start with the locals. And if we don't start local, the rest becomes very hard.
Chair. Thank you. Just for the record, it's been a long time, but I did speak to Francisco about this, about his presentation, so I just wanted to put that on the record, that we did have a conversation about this. Francisco, I know the language you're using is that it's a loan, but I'm also noting that it's a forgivable loan. So is it technically a grant, or are you anticipating that?
Yes, well, it ends up being, at the end of the day, a grant. Okay, that is contingent on the development serving the affordability that it promised to provide. Okay, so that is meant to be done so that there's protection that if the project is not fulfilling its promises, your loan is payable back. Okay, right. That's the mechanism. Okay.
Okay, and then I know based on your 2 scenarios, I know you mentioned that you go for both of them. I guess my question is, there's 2 different costs that you're asking for from the city. How would that work if we just gave you a blanket number? But I know you mentioned you were going to go for both scenarios because you don't know if you're going to get this funding or this funding, and so how would that work?
Right, so let's kind of walk through it. That's a very good question. So let's walk through that. So I mentioned the county RFP, and I placed the most emphasis on county. We call it scenario 1 because of what I mentioned about the pond and the ocean. And the county, their timeline was, as I mentioned, the applications, we would probably have to submit responses end of June, beginning of July. And they would likely, the commission would make their initial recommendations, accept the initial recommendations in October. Because of that timeline, we would have to be applying for state funding. The state funding application is going to follow this, is going to be a month or 2 after, a couple of months after the county application. So to your question, what I would say is I think it's the right approach for us to be looking at both scenarios. You could say, as an example, make believe for a minute that you would say, we're going to support you in your county application for what you need for the county. I just made that up, okay? And you might say, if your project is funded with 9% credits, and that's not, as opposed to scenario 1, if you get funded through scenario 2, our funding is going to go down, and your loan is not going to be X, it's going to be Y. That is totally appropriate. Yes. Because what happens is, under the scenario one, is the amount of credits that we're getting, tax credits, and the equity is half. So we just have to make up the funding from other places, okay?
No, I just want to say, for the record too, I did speak with Francisco and I did receive some communications from him too regarding this.
Do you have
Okay,
anything to- Board Member Cruz.
I just wonder what type of numbers are we talking here? What are you looking?
Yeah, so the numbers are they on that screen?
Yes.
See there?
Yes, they're, yeah, so
Asking for
the two scenarios
302.4.
are, so once again, the development is 90 units of elderly housing, and the elderly too, by the way, is 62 and over here, okay? So under the scenario of, one scenario is $4,350,000. That's a scenario of getting county funding, and we have a lot less equity because it's 4% tax rates.
So you're looking for 4.35 million from the CRA for the 4%?
Yes, that's correct. And by the way, from our perspective, and I think it makes no difference, but as I mentioned to Tim, whether it's a CRA and we're at the CRA meeting, or if the city can provide some assistance, it's the same. But my understanding is, well, I don't know. The city part may not be available, okay? But, you know, so it's the same to us, okay? A lot of times we work in places where the CRA has some funding and the city has some funding, they work together, okay? But that's the number, $4,350,000. In the alternatives, if we get funding from the state of Florida on the 9% credit program, then the funding would go down to $2.4 million. Those are the two numbers. And what I shared with you was that, you know, like the 9% scenario is very similar to what you funded another project. It's pretty much in line. But when you get to 4% credits, which the equity, it's millions of dollars less, we just have to make it up from the county and from the city, from the CRA, because the cost of the project is very close. They're very, very similar costs, okay?
Board Member Cruz?
I think the comments that were made earlier were very valid comments. I 100% would support having affordable senior housing. It's something that we need. So I'm definitely in agreement with the rest of the board. And I think that the comments really touched the heart. So I would like to support this. The only concerns I have is it's making sure we're doing it in a way that's, I know some things haven't been done before, so I would like to explore with legal what possibilities we have, and make sure everything's done correctly, that's all. So with the Wells Landing, that was a grant that we gave them as a reimbursement, right?
No, that was per the development agreement on a reimbursement basis. So as they were constructing, they provided us invoices, things were paid, and then we would reimburse based upon that. Some of that, can you go back to that slide? Just to, some of those things, very little of that was any grant. That was all per the development agreement and reimbursable.
So, okay, so as I look at it, it looks like on that one, all the funds, whether CRA or city, were grant? And we kind of looked at.
No, they were reimbursable.
Well, yes, no, but
they're not
when I talk
loans,
about
is
grant
what he's-
is, they were not repayable to the city.
Right.
That's what I mean by grant.
Understand. I'm just clarifying that it wasn't money up front, it was money after the
Right.
construction.
Right.
Reimbursement.
Yeah, right, and reimbursement for us is fine. If I understood what you're saying, reimbursement means we're doing work, we're paying for the bills have been paid for, the contractor's been paid, the following month, a reimbursement for that prior month's of activity, or 2 months ago activity. Is that what that means?
Yes.
Yes, right. And then the issue, we use the word grant here, we looked at, my understanding is those funds were not repayable to the CRA or city on that project. Does that sound right to you?
It's just, when
Okay.
you have it listed as grant, people perceive that as upfront money as opposed to being
okay,
reimbursed
understood.
after, so.
Yeah.
Understood.
So if you all are comfortable, it looks, if you all will nod in the same direction, that you would authorize staff and legal to negotiate this and bring you options for next meeting? Are we all And I know
I
Board
do have
Member
a
Hay
question,
hasn't
though.
spoken
Thank-
yet.
Thank you so much. The only thing is that we're in May, the next meeting is June 10th,
June
is it?
10th.
So when do you have to submit to county?
I think if you were to ask somebody at the county right now, they would say they don't know, okay? But I've talked to staff, and what they've said to me is that they're going to issue the RFP. This is staff, and they have discretion. They don't have a particular deadline. But what they've said to me is they're going to issue an RFP in early June, and that it will likely be, that's correct, early June, and they will likely be due early July. So if you were to have, I heard a little bit of discussion that you may not have a July meeting, okay?
Meeting June 10th.
Correct. So I think we need to be thinking June 10th, and I'm sorry that the timing is so tight. But that's what I think we should be thinking about.
Francisco, one quick last question, and this is just for negotiating sake. Is there any flexibility to the amount that you've asked for? I guess is my only question would be.
Yeah, I think that, so I would say that with regards to the 9%, my sense is that number is an extremely, it's very much in line with what I see out there from lots of places, okay, from our own and other people's, okay? So, but I understand the other number is a big number, okay? And we just, I am hoping that you would not say it's a 9% number or nothing else, okay? So I can give that some thought and I can discuss it with staff, okay? But because I do want to say, and I don't being repetitive, that I think that the county funding, that 4% credits with county funding is really where our greatest opportunities are going to be. And so let me give that some thought. This is the number that we thought is right, but I know that, you know, there's constraints and these are large numbers. And the question for you, would you say, well, maybe this is not the right forum, but I'm just curious, then on the city side, that's a separate conversation, et cetera. So let's forget about that right now. I'll assume that that doesn't exist. Okay.
And I just wanted to say for the record, I forgot to mention, I received communication from you and I did have a meeting with you on, I think online sometime,
Right.
I think last year.
Some months ago, yes. So we've been at this for a little while, okay? And we really hoped that we would be successful with the state. We were not. Our latest application was as late as December of '24, okay? So it's just that we are, I think the county approach is a more likely approach, okay?
Action or consensus?
No, I think I can take by consensus. You all have given us that direction unless there's something else. Okay? We will
Thank you.
come back to you with options.
Thank
Okay,
you.
is there
Sorry it was
anything
so
else,
late.
or
Thank
we
you.
good?
Thank you.
We're
Thank you
good
very
to-
much. Good night.
Anything else? Are we good to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Okay.
Good night,
All
everyone.
those in favor to adjourn, say aye. Aye. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you so
No.
much.
No.
Oh, yeah, you're not